although they were all in the ICU, were not people who were in emergent situations where their oxygen levels were dropping suddenly. Whereas a lot of those earlier studies looked at patients who had suddenly become hypoxic. In other words, their oxygen levels had dropped below a certain amount. So it's possible that maybe there is a discrepancy that happens more when people are actively becoming hypoxic. The oxygen levels are dropping rapidly. That might take another study to figure out.
At Johns Hopkins, I'm Elizabeth Tracy.
You're listening to KGUN-FM Denver, Wave 105.1 FM, the Talk of World, a proud Glimpses media radio station. This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper in Beirut. An explosion rocks the southern suburbs following an Israeli strike, this on the 11th day of the war with Iran. As CBS's Charlie Daggett reports,
the United States, according to the U.S. military, they have been able to suppress the launches, not just what's coming in here, but where they're coming from. Again, now down by 90%, the Pentagon says, but Iran continues to attack and shows no appetite in stopping those attacks.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says today will be the most intense day of strikes on Iran to date. Some Democratic lawmakers are raising questions about the U.S.-Israeli war with Iran and want more transparency.
Democratic Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal says he's been speaking with constituents and
Americans don't want this war.
He says this is a war of choice by one man, not the American people who worry about the economy.
The costs of oil and gasoline are going to continue to skyrocket.
Democratic Arizona Senator Mark Kelly is thinking about the cost.
I've also seen like the first 2 days was about $5 billion just in munitions.
Allison Keyes, CBS News, Washington.
Someone fired shots at the U.S. consulate in Toronto. No suspects in custody. Toronto Deputy Police Chief Frank Barreto.
There were people inside the building. However, this building is highly secure, highly fortified, and there were no injuries.
Baltimore police say an officer and a suspect have been shot in an active shooter incident. Police say that the officer was taken to the University of Maryland Shock Trauma Unit. No other details. Georgia voters head to the polls for a special election to choose a successor in Congress to Marjorie Taylor Greene. She resigned in January after a falling out with President Trump. CBS's Skylar Henry says there are 17 candidates.
12 Republicans, 3 Democrats, a Libertarian, and an Independent are all in this race. President Trump threw his support behind District Attorney Clay Fuller, who describes himself as a MAGA warrior and also an America First patriot.
The New York Police Department has arrested a person of interest after 2 men were shoved onto subway tracks Sunday.
First, John Rodriguez was pushed onto the tracks at the Lexington Avenue and 63rd Street station on Manhattan's Upper East Side. He says he felt really scared and disoriented. Moments later, 83-year-old Air Force veteran Richard Williams was shoved onto the same tracks. Williams' granddaughter, Samantha Loria, says he's on life support with a brain bleed.
The hardest part is that I'm not going to be able to hug him again.
There have been 9 subway pushing incidents in New York City this year, compared to 19 all of last year. Michael Wallace, CBS News, New York.
Stocks are up on Wall Street. The Dow has jumped 374 points. Oil is down 15%. This is CBS News.
I want to know what's going on in the world.
I'm Tony.
There are big questions that all of us are asking. I want to get you the answers.
How are you?
I'm Tony DeCopel. Join me on the CBS Evening News.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The planet's increasing temperatures are making everyday activities unsafe.
A university study looks into how Earth's warming climate is extending periods when extreme heat makes it unsafe to go about daily life.
Everyday people doing everyday life things, walking, cleaning, sweeping the floor, and see how heat over the last 70 years has affected the ability to do those things.
Arizona State University researcher Jennifer Vanos says older adults in particular face increased exposure to severe livability limitations.
600 hours per year to 900 hours per year under extreme heat.
Stephen Kaufman, CBS News, Prescott, Arizona.
The 1,300-pound NASA Van Allen probe A is set to re-enter Earth's atmosphere tonight, nearly 14 years after it was launched. Most of the probe is expected to burn up as it re-enters the atmosphere. There is a 1 in 4,200 chance of anyone on Earth being harmed. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Guam. Good morning, guys. Welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti right here on the Wave 105 FM. It is 6:04 on a Wednesday, March 11th. We are streaming online this morning. You can find us on the World Wide Web at thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. Mornings with Patti is being brought to you by Take Care Insurance Company, Our Island, Your Health Plan. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. The Agana Shopping Center. Shop, dine, and relax at the Agana Shopping Center, your one-stop destination for food, fun, and local favorites all year long. Code 1 Law Enforcement, Guam's one-stop shop for law enforcement gear, tactical tools, uniforms, and equipment. You name it, they've got it at Code 1. Gear up and stay ready. GTA, we start with you, Pat's Tinting and Detailing. For all your tinting and detailing needs, call 671-647-SLAM. That's 671-647-7526. It's like shade under a mango tree. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. And Chili's Grill and Bar at Chili's. More life, great food, and memories happen here. Good morning, Guam. You are tuned in to Mornings with Patti right here on the Wave 105 FM.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
How did breakthroughs in DNA editing transform modern healthcare? DNA is a biological molecule that contains the instructions used to make all known life. In the 1950s, scientists discovered that bacteria contain extra loops of DNA. In nature, bacteria can swap these loops, quickly transferring beneficial genes. In the 1970s, U.S. National Science Foundation-supported researchers demonstrated that they could use these loops to insert a gene from one species into a different bacterial species, creating recombinant DNA, or rDNA. Editing DNA allowed researchers to direct bacteria or single-celled organisms like yeast to produce and replicate beneficial proteins from other organisms. Refined rDNA breakthroughs enabled applications across medicine, agriculture, and manufacturing, and gave rise to the now multi-billion-dollar biotechnology industry. In 1982, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration approved the very first medical product produced from rDNA technology, a biosynthetic human insulin, transforming diabetes care for millions of people. rDNA technology has since been used to develop treatments for a wide range of conditions, including blood clots, hemophilia, and cystic fibrosis. Building on these breakthroughs, NSF's support has continued to expand the applications of rDNA, promoting American prosperity while advancing some of the nation's most pressing health challenges. For more biotech news, listen to NSF's Discovery Files podcast.
The latest luxury asset class for billionaires is dinosaur skeletons. I'm Jeff Colvin of Fortune triceratops skeleton, given the name of Trey, will be sold at auction later this month. It was found in Wyoming in 1993 and has been privately owned ever since. Its estimated sale price is $4.5 to $5.5 million. Dinosaur fossils were once the domain of museums and universities, but they've now become increasingly popular investments. In 2024, the remains of a Stegosaurus sold for $44 million, setting a new record. Paleontologists worry that important specimens could disappear into private collections, depriving scientists of important research opportunities. Fortunately, owners are increasingly lending their dino skeletons to museums, where scientists can study them. I'm Jeff Colvin.
From breaking news to bright ideas, Wave 105 is where Guam speaks.
Celebrate Mes Chamorro with us on Power 98 and the Guam Guide. We invite you to show your island pride in the Mes Chamorro Landmark Photo Challenge. From the Laddystone Park to Two Lovers Point, from the Inalahan Pools to the Malesu Bell Tower, we want to see you at your favorite Guam landmark. It's simple. Take a photo, upload your picture, and tag us on Instagram. The photo with the most likes wins. Special thanks to Vince Jewelers, Tony Ramos, Local Jerk, and Fisheye Marine Park Guam. See the GuamGuide.com/Mes Chamorro contest for all your official rules and regulations. Viva Mes Chamorro!
Calling all engaged couples and event planners. Join Leo Palace Resort Guam for our first ever bridal and event expo, The Road to I Do, happening March 21st from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Zafiro Ballroom. Explore venue options, financial planning, bridal glam, formal wear, wellness, entertainment services, and more, all in one place. The Road to I Do at Leo Palace Resort Guam. Design your day, define your forever. Special thanks to Power 98, Wave 105, and Route 99.
Just in time for Lent, BK's Big Fish Sandwich and Impossible Whopper. 100% white Alaskan Paula, breaded with crispy panko, sweet tartar sauce, tangy pickles, on top of warm toasted brioche bun. Also available is our Impossible Whopper. 100% Whopper, 0% beef. Make it a combo meal with french fries, onion rings, or halvesies, and a refreshing brewed sweet or unsweetened tea. We're ready to serve you this Lenten season. Now available at BK Hagatnya, Tuman Bay, Micronesian Mall, and the airport.
Are you or someone you love struggling with mental health or substance use and facing legal trouble? The Mental Health Court offers a second chance. Through treatment, support, and accountability, you can turn your life around. If you're ready to take that step, we are here to help you succeed. To learn more, visit guamcourts.gov. Mental Health Court. Hope, healing, a fresh start. This project was supported by grant number 15PBJA22GG03040MENT, awarded by the Bureau of Justice Assistance, a component of the Department of Justice's Office of Justice Programs. Points of view or opinions in the project are those of the authors and do not necessarily represent the official position or policies of the U.S. Department of Justice.
Ekongo puritinigi, hinasu ginini komisyon ifinut sa moro. Ekongo si Señora Teresita C. Flores, in entrevista a Señora Rufina Mendiola.
Safa Estonia ifinun sa moro di komunidad. Strap, paghapon na raso, natinahong material para umaakatan ni tao-tao siya ni publiko na STB finun sa moro matutugi tayo wili na gaseta pa. Magmanggi gaseta dwihudi komunidad ni matugi ifinun sa moro. Ano mana pa optulugasiya to malumagi simnya hotel maaagan undi ikasenta siya tamas ikomunidad uspiantenyo so matsonik mas ifinanagi so masupakti finut sa moro
Conversations that matter. Community that listens. Wave 105, the talk of Guam. A Glimpse's media radio station.
Ah, yes, the sound. That's like coffee to my ears. Morning, everybody. The moment I started talking, then I started coughing. How that happened? 17 minutes after 6 o'clock in the morning here on Mornings with Patti. Welcome to the program. If you're joining us on YouTube, thanks a lot for coming along with us visually. If you're joining us on our Glimpses Radio, go and check us out. If you don't have it, just download it. All you have to do is just go to the this Apple Store or wherever you're downloading your stuff and just put Glimpses of Guam, and it'll show you Glimpses Radio. Or just go to Glimpses Radio, and I'll show you that as well. And you get all three of our stations. You'll get the Shark, you'll get the Wave, and you'll get Power 98. Just click on one of them. So I tried yesterday because somebody.
99.
I'm sorry. What did I say? Okay. Shark? I did, didn't I? Darn it. Well, that's
country
okay.
music.
Country music.
Country music.
So I went yesterday, and somebody said, "Who's the guy on the radio right now?" Music. And I couldn't tell them because I looked at the time. I was like, and it turned out to be, I said, well, let me just go to my app.
Okay. Yes.
And so I went to the Glimpses app and then just tapped onto, I'll show you in a second. I tapped directly onto the Wave, which is the middle block, and up, here it comes.
Boom.
Looks just like that. If you're looking at it, just looks just like that. That's the icon that you're looking for. And you tap it. And right away, the Wave comes on, and you'll hear my voice. So, and if you don't hear my voice, call me and let me know.
See how easy that is?
Yeah.
So convenient.
I need to know if you
Put
don't
us in your pocket.
Yeah,
We're nosy. We want to be everywhere you are.
Yeah.
Take us with you. Take us with you.
We are nosy like that. Absolutely. If you can hear it, sometimes it was a little bit difficult for me because I before I downloaded the app and knew how easy it was to get. That I was like trying to find the station, especially if I'm traveling, trying to find the station on YouTube. And the YouTube is great because it's universal. Everybody has access to it. Sure. Everybody's got YouTube, right? And it was easy, but it's not as easy in some pockets of like airports and things. So these apps tend to work a little bit. Don't even ask me why. I'm not even there. I have no idea why it works that way. But welcome to the program. 6:19 in the morning. We're just kind of bebopping along this morning. I woke up kind of early because I had to finish yesterday's oversight hearing on the Department of Administration. Honestly, if you want a lullaby, start talking money. Excuse me. Start talking government finances. If you want a lullaby, your eyes can glaze over after a while. And it isn't because it's boring. There's a lot of acronyms that they use. And in government finance, they don't have time for saying the whole word. they don't have time to say Ernst & Young. You got to figure that out. It's in that world, all of their slang and their street talk, they all have different words in the language that they use to identify programs or people, or like I said, these are money people. They don't have time for saying the whole word like Ernst & Young. They got to just say EY and then hopefully you pick it up. It took me a minute. I was like, who are they talking about? What is EY? And I kept thinking, I was trying to attach an E to the word year. And I was like, executive year? No. I mean, it just got really and so I ended up having to rewind the tape so that I could go back and go, what did I miss? And when I figured out it was finally Ernst & Young, I said, you got to get with the program when it comes to, pay more attention when these people start writing management audits and, start paying more attention when you see these lengthy reports come through your email and you're like, some things you leave to the people who are experts. I just want the cliff notes, right? I just want the cliff notes. And you also have to remember, I'm not saying that it happened yesterday. In any legislative business during an election year, everybody is in a posture mode. Everybody knows the cameras are rolling and there's a lot of grandstanding, and you'll find that some senators will try to look tougher than they are actually, that they'll try to pin answers or try to have gotcha moments or mic drop stuff. And that's all part of the theater. And there's nothing wrong with it. These are guys marketing for themselves to be reelected or to get elected. So you put them on a stage with a microphone, I mean, they become animals, and it's addictive. It really is. When you get that kind of attention publicly like that, and people are patting you on the back and singing your praises, that can really get to a person. That could really arm them first of all, a nice shot into the ego, but it certainly arms them with a lot more confidence than they might have had, in their first term. And you've seen some people, definitely get used to the whole 1 of 15 sitting in a room and everybody's got access to a microphone. And especially if you're a first time senator, you got to learn the lay of the land. You got to go through legislative training like 100. It's like, what's that look like? How do, the procedures, like, did I pay attention in civics class that I can remember how the process goes of lawmaking? Yeah, it can be very daunting. I wouldn't do it. I certainly wouldn't do it. But there are people who want to do it. And thank God there are people who want to do it, because there are so many of us who'd got, no, I'd rather stick to this side of the table. So I implore you, and I've said this last year, I implore you that when they start doing these oversight hearings, because this is an election year, then sit down and pay attention to the panel. Sit down and pay attention to the questions and the demeanor and all of it. Because these are the only ways that you can do a job evaluation for real. Sometimes people think it's like, so-and-so snobbed me at a party. Oh, you know what I've heard? There's a lot of up-and-comings, right? So the up-and-comings are people that you'd never really know. They've been in the community, but you've never really met them. You've seen them on social occasions, but nobody walked across the room to say hello. I'm hearing from people who's like, whoa, did you see that? Like, I've said words to them back in the past and they snubbed me and walked away. Now they're hurdling tables to try to get to me, or I'm sorry, not me, to get to my vote. I'm like, dang, that's brutal. And it happens. I guess if you've never been in the public eye, coming up all of a sudden out of the, hatching out of the, the private egg, and getting into these public situations, and suddenly now you're just like trying to get people's votes. People are not stupid when they remember you didn't talk to me at all when I sat next to you at that one thing back in 2 years ago, and now you're running for something, and suddenly I have to pay attention. You didn't care about me then. Why are you counting? Oh, because of my vote. So, they're going to press the flesh, and they're going to say all of the nice words, and they're going to be marketing for you. And that's the only way sometimes people can get elected. If you want something from the public, you have to be nice to the public, right? You can't be enemy number one. Can you imagine if so many people they just basically don't like you. Like, they just don't want to be around you. And that's one thing, because you've always had that reputation of being somebody that nobody wants to hang out with. You're like the last guy they picked for dodgeball. And so don't be surprised if, you're not faring well on the polls, or don't be surprised if people are whispering as you walk by. I think you kind of know that you're on the wrong side of that. But everybody's trying to get a piece of the action, and they're doing it in any way they can. And I'm here for it. I want to hear it all. Show me. I'm sitting in the audience. Do your dance. Sing your song. I want to hear it. I'm here. So that's why I've been spending a lot of times. I mean, this one yesterday was like 4 hours or something. Well, I got to get with Polly, but I think it was like 4 hours long. And, everybody that was sitting up in the dais had something to say. There were a couple of times. There was at least one time, I think, that was the vice speaker, Tony Addett, was wanted to, get one question in, but he said it was already answered. But by the time they opened up the panel for testimony from who was sitting at the table. But anyway, these things can tend to be long. That's why you have to watch it in parts. That, if you want, you don't have to stay for the whole thing, but if there's something of particular interest, that would be cool. I know Polly's going to be on for his perspective, maybe on that and other things, but I did watch sort of toward the end as I was getting ready. There was the procurement officer who was there testifying about the trials of GSA and some of the issues they're having with maybe, I don't know, morality. Not morality, morale, not morality as in, you know what I'm saying? In morale, in just like inciting, employees to do their jobs and do it with a smile on their face. And sometimes they get hacked by agencies who come in and they're pretty demanding because their representatives want action from procurement. And at one point, I think Edward Byrne was talking about it, saying, he had to deal with an irate agency person who came in and was berating one of the employees in front of others because they're just frustrated. And he has to navigate, along with all the other stuff, having to navigate the morale of employees getting yelled at. And I think that this is one of those areas where they said they want 5 buyers in procurement, and they've got, they want 12 is her wish list. She told Tello she wants 12, but they only have 5. And she asked, what's the reason why? And that's when Burns said, first of all, they're all the way out in Patti. Okay, so they're separated from the rest of the organization. So there's that. And then second of all, I guess there's pay issues too. Nobody wants to be a buyer. It's just not a job that looks attractive to them. And those who are in procurement probably are taking a lot of heat from agencies that are impatient with the pace of how procurement works in Guam. And then Sotelo said it, and I'm hoping that she actually gets on the stick when she says it, that she does something about it. She wants to work, or she says she's working with procurement, to try to figure out what it is that they need, because the procurement system is in need of overhaul. And, that was an obvious statement that it's in need of overhaul. And I'll ask Edward. Edward will be a guest with us in about 45 minutes. I was asking, I was listening to Edward when he was talking about the, procurement and how difficult it is. People, there's a shortage of workers, and it's just it's a horrible place to work if you're always on edge, or even your employees at Department of Administration are on edge because they get yelled at all the time from people who want action to be taken. That does have an effect on the jobs that the government needs for people to come, and they're not making it very attractive. Maybe it's not the pay, maybe it's the location, but definitely treatment. And this is just to make the point about Government of Guam workers. You can yell at that agency head. You could even yell at the supervisor of that division. But when it comes to the rank and file, like people at the window are the ones that take the brunt of it. They're GovGuam employees. So when a member of the public comes in, they feel like they own them, like you work directly for me. They don't take into account that about 10 of you just sort of came in and gave me the same line. You work for me, and this is what, and there's no job description for you work for me. When you're a government employee, you stick to the job description of which you were hired. But when the member of the public comes in and they think that attitude and customer service, absolutely being kind, has never been a problem, never been something that you couldn't ask for, a requirement of the job, especially if you're at the window. But, at the same time, treatment of you by others is really kind of, I've seen, and I'm not just saying this because, just because. I'm saying this because I've seen it happen. I've seen how people, come in to a place like Rev and Tax and just talk poorly to the person who's trying to help them. And I've heard that, I thought you only see it on TV or on TikTok, but I have heard them say, you work for me. And that right there would be a turnoff to anybody on the other side of that glass. You work for me, meaning that my job description now has increased because now I got to pacify this jerk, right? Now I got to have him walking out. He can assault me all he wants with his words and criticism. I can't say anything because, it's just not the nice or right thing to do. And you get about 10 of those all in a row, it's a hard day. It's a hard day. So anyway, how I got on this topic was about morale, basically, that you got to treat people kindly when they work in services that you need, especially services that you really desperately need. We are at the bottom of the hour. Let's hit that CBS News special report. We got your traffic with Dice up here as well. Polly's perspectives also ahead. We'll be right back.
CBS News Brief. As Iran launches new retaliatory strikes across the Middle East, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says today will be the most intense day of strikes inside Iran.
Iran stands alone, and they are badly losing.
Someone fired shots at the U.S. consulate in Toronto early this morning. No injuries. A witness reported 2 men getting out of a white Honda CR-V and firing at the consulate. Chris Leather is Chief Superintendent of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
At this time, the INSET team has been engaged, as this is a national security incident, and we are working with Toronto Police and others to understand the motivations of those involved.
Georgia is holding a special election today to replace former GOP Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. There are 17 candidates. CBS's Skylar Henry reports.
The top two vote getters in this race will head to an all but assured runoff on April 7th. Will be interesting to see what happens there.
CBS News Brief. I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
Good morning, guys. Welcome back. Mornings with Patti right here on the Wave 105 FM. 6:32 in the morning. We're going to go ahead and hit the streets right now for your first look at your real deal traffic report. It is being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot, and you could schedule a test drive. Just give us a call at 478-AUTO, or if you'd like to look at our inventory, visit our website at guamautospot.com. And you could go further on every journey with Mobil's Synergy Supreme Plus Fuel. It leaves your engine 3 times cleaner for better gas mileage. Visit guam.mobile.com for more details. Alrighty, guys, the streets of Guam are definitely wet this morning. You do want to watch your speed limit. Traffic is light on the northern end up and around Jigo. We've got no delays there. Traffic is moving nicely up and around Much now. Getting around Agafagumas, looking at Finagayan or Astumbo this morning. No delays coming around Kaiser as well as East Sangsong Road. Machechi Road is beginning to build up as well as Bello Road this morning. Harmon traffic is looking light right now up and around that Kmart intersection. You'll find some north and southbound there. Lower Tumon is looking just as sweet. We would like to remind all the motorists just to watch your speed limit this morning. Let's allow some braking distance between yourselves and the vehicle in front of you. And remember, Guam, seatbelts are sexy. This is your real deal traffic report right here on the Wave 105 FM. It's all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot and mobile gas stations.
Have you heard? Subway just launched the all-new Subway Wraps. Your favorite footlong, now wrapped in a tender wheat tortilla that's perfect for any flavor craving. Go low carb, hit your protein goals, or just eat better. Subway Wraps make fueling your day easier than ever with bold flavors and curated ingredients. Sink your teeth into the cheesy garlic steak wrap, juicy steak, cheddar cheese sauce, crispy veggies, and roasted garlic aioli. All wrapped up. Subway Wraps. Light, delicious, and satisfying without weighing you down. Subway. Eat fresh, feel good.
G-U-A-M, island in the sun. From Jigo to Molesco, this land is all that we know.
Celebrate Mes Chamorro with us on Power 98 and the Guam Guide. We invite you to show your island pride in the Mes Chamorro Landmark Photo Challenge. From the Laddystone Park to Two Lovers Point, from the Inalahan Pools to the Malesu Bell Tower, we want to see you at your favorite Guam landmark. It's simple. Take a photo, upload your picture, and tag us on Instagram. The photo with the most likes wins. Special thanks to Vince Jewelers, Tony Roma's Local Jerk, and Fisheye Marine Park Guam. See the GuamGuide.com/Mes Chamorro contest for all your official rules and regulations. Biba, Mes Chamorro.
I said this land is all that we know.
Just in time for Lent, BK's Big Fish Sandwich and Impossible Whopper. 100% white Alaskan pollock, breaded with crispy panko, sweet tartar sauce, tangy pickles, on top of a warm toasted brioche bun. Also available is our Impossible Whopper. 100% Whopper, 0% beef. Make it a combo meal with french fries, onion rings, or halvesies, and a refreshing brewed sweet or unsweetened tea. We're ready to serve you this Lenten season. Now available at BK Hagatna, Tumon Bay, Micronesian Mall, and the airport.
Calling all engaged couples and event planners. Join Leo Palace Resort Guam for our first ever bridal and event expo, The Road to I Do. Happening March 21st from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Zafiro Ballroom. Explore venue options, financial planning, bridal glam, formal wear, wellness, entertainment services, and more, all in one place. The Road to I Do at Leo Palace Resort Guam. Design your day, define your forever. Special thanks to Power 98, Wave 105, and Route 99.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing says Biba Mes tomorrow. Give your ride a glow up because even our cars deserve a little Island TLC this Mes tomorrow. For all your tinting and service needs, call 647-SLAM. Biba Mes tomorrow.
Sinyaha. Pud ima usanya, ifinut sa moro, gigima. Hinasu ginini komisyon ifinut sa moro. Ekungok si Señora Rufina Mendiola. In entrevista a Señora Teresita Flores.
Apa na timan finut sa morusia na familia gigima pat gi komunidad.
Tutugo, don't tu afa, I student ko na may sapa ko. Pumagagat sa zone ay zanyo no for English itauto ni Tito Moro lo gigima, hafa na rason, 70 ti mapresiso. Lo, pago na go preciso siya. Kutugo, sa man mamamay simpapo, I familia, po farmatura farmagonia, ma esta malalang o si keblinia, po farmanapasi. Lo di ba desti pontungo fuminot sa moro.
From Jigo to Molesto, if Guam's talking about it, you'll hear it on Wave 105.
Yeah, I know. I know, right? I'm okay. Did I look like I was choking? No, I know. Sorry. It's just in the morning. You ever get that? I call it morning gala gala. It's just like, yeah, in the morning, like first time you've talked. Sometimes I'll do like screaming exercises in the car.
Okay. I got you. You know what?
And that just sort of opens up everything. But I didn't do that this morning. There was nothing to scream about. Polly Suba joins us on the line this morning for Polly's Perspectives on this Wednesday. Hey, good morning, Polly.
Good morning.
How you doing? Everything good on your end? Not like I just didn't see you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not like I didn't just see you yesterday. I just heard you and the other day Ryan talking about Route 10A, and I just was cracking up at the conversation that you guys were having about, you can't tell pedestrians. You're not the boss of me to tell me when to walk or how to walk. That was so funny. And then almost as soon as this happened yesterday, I'm driving to work and I saw these two Asian tourists dragging their suitcases going the opposite way toward the 76 on Airport Road. That's
worse.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is like 5:30 in the morning, and they're hugging that roadway. There's no sidewalk; it's a highway, and there's no lights. And there's lights on the other side of the road on the cliff side, but not on that side. It's like I wanted to stop and pick them up because I was like, bro, where are you going right now? Whose house are you trying to get to? There's only a 76 ahead. I don't even know if they ever got where they had to go. But anyway, to the point, I spoke to JQ, and he said that project, him and Vince both said that project is beginning next year. So you're right. You know what I mean?
Next year?
Yeah.
No walking for over a year?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, people no walking for over a year. I mean, they were going to try. They were going to try to figure out some way, and this was the only way they could figure out is to just put signs up saying you can't do it. But there isn't any.
Also shuttle. Also a bus shuttle.
Yeah, but the bus shuttles are saying they don't have enough.
Just start constructing a sidewalk.
Could. Something temporary, right? Yeah. But, they could. The shuttles say there's just not. They don't have enough people actually from the hotels. It's like you have to reserve the shuttle and make sure that they're there because they don't generally have enough visitors, to have somebody stationed unless they know that there's that many people coming to their hotel. And a lot of these people are not necessarily wanting to pay for taxis. So, good to go. They've got a service. Stroll Guam has got a service. They have in some airports, I guess she'll find this out, but in some airports, they have a lane just for these drivers, like to pick up a hired driver. There's like a lane where you actually go to, and then, and your driver will come pull up on that section of the roadway. I don't think they have enough room for that out down there, but anyway. So what's on your mind? What'd you do the past week that I haven't talked to you?
Oh, just, the legislature is just doing one oversight after another. Yeah. And there's been a number of them, right? GDOE had its oversight. DOC had its oversight. DPR had two oversights, one just yesterday, right? DPR with their park police, and then yesterday with just the the parks themselves or the agency themselves.
I
Yeah.
didn't catch that one. I was too busy spending 4 hours watching the
Ooh,
DOA
yeah,
one.
4.5 hours with the OPA and the and Mr. Ed Byrne, right?
Yeah, that was kind of a lot. But
Yeah.
yeah. So what happened with DPR? That's a really interesting one. Missed that.
Director Angel Sablon, recognizes that these performance-based budget hearings doesn't necessarily just mean we'll get more money if we show that we've been performing at a high level. It's also an opportunity to even reform agencies, right? And so I think that when you're talking about reforming agencies, the legislature can work even closer with the agency and the administration and discuss, well, what's working within the agency, what's not. Does it even make sense to have a SHPO at DPR, or should we move the SHPO over to an agency that handles land? And so those are some of the conversations, right? Even possibly the roles and responsibilities, GVB getting more involved in some of the parks, right? The mayors and the MOAs, public-private partnerships and whatnot. There are 72 parks total that that DPR oversees. 26 are maintained by DPR staff. 23 are maintained through the Adopt a Park program. And about 23 parks are difficult to maintain due to limited manpower, equipment, and funding. It was interesting, too, because they started talking about Matapang Beach, right? And there's that concern of that ponding, that water that just sits there.
Yeah.
How it's unsanitary. And so Angel Sablon said that that's actually a sinkhole. There will always be water. But guess who's supposed to maintain that whole area, the entire Matapang Beach? When Holiday Resort first opened, that was their responsibility. They agreed because the parking lot that they have is too small, and so they would use the parking lot for their own visitors, and the agreement with the government is that they would maintain the Matapang Beach. However, they need to find a document that proves all of that, and also owners have switched up. Apparently, and this was on the record yesterday, their deputy director, Pelletier, said that the owner got arrested by ICE.
Oh, my God, really?
Recently, yes.
Oh, dang.
Yeah. So, I mean, they didn't go into it further, but that definitely got my attention.
Wow.
Yeah.
Who's the new owner? Do we know?
No, they didn't say the name, but he did say that he wanted to talk to this owner and sat in their office for over an hour, and the owner never came out, and so they never got this conversation. But there's an agreement out there, and Senator Therese Terlahi asked to put that all write that summary down, give it to the legislature, so all of this can be on record to finally solve the issue over at Matapang Beach.
Were they even doing it?
What's that?
I was wondering if they were even doing it before this new owner. I always feel like Matapang is just one of those topics that keeps coming up. So some clearly. Anyway, go ahead. What was the next point you were going to make? Sorry.
So the concern with public-private partnership, like let's just say a organization adopts a park, right, and agrees to oversee it. Well, for example, they brought up Two Lovers Point is one of them. That belongs to DPR. And Senator Joseph Augustine says maybe we need to relook at that. They close it up, and then the park doesn't have public access anymore, and they're also making money off of it. And does that money go back to DPR?
You're talking
about
is that the one is it owned by the Calvos?
It's not owned. I thought it was. It still belongs to the government. That's what they talked about, and maybe even re-looking at that agreement that they have with the Calvos and take it back, or continue that and see if this is a way that DPR can get more money with leasing out more parks. But again, the agreement must be that they can't close these parks off to the public. They can't just use it for their own business, for their own company parties. They got to continue to allow the government or the public to have access to these parks.
So you're saying that the company is renting or leasing that cliff line from the government of Guam, right?
They might not even be leasing it. They might just be having it, and there's an agreement that says, yeah, using it and maintaining it for the good of the island, saying, oh, it's beautiful now.
Yeah, but you're saying that when they close up the business, that there's no access to the cliff.
There's no access to it, and if that's public property, and this was what was said last night, or was brought up, that the public should have access to public property, at all times.
Absolutely. And that's always a big thing on Guam, because people don't realize that when they have like private homes on these beaches, there are appointed public beach access points that and especially down when you go down like Fujita, for example, that's a public access road. But they make it hard for people to want to park there, or even better yet, the one by Villa Contentasi behind the Holiday Resort. That little road that leads back is an access, but the landowners will block off that small section so that there's no parking there. So nobody really backs up their truck and has a picnic back there, because these two major, high-end condominiums are sitting there, and they don't want the riffraff back there. So a lot of them will make it very difficult for people to. Anyway, that's a whole nother topic.
Yeah, and that's not new. That's not unique to Guam either. We see that in a lot of like hotel districts and whatnot.
Absolutely.
But here in Guam, even beach access, the public must have beach access to behind places like Dusit and Hyatt, and security or anybody just generalizing cannot say you can't be on this beach. We absolutely can.
Yeah. I mean, walking through property is one thing, but you have to go to the appointed beach access road, which is just because of, the Dusit is sitting on the beach. You can't walk through the Dusit with your cooler, right?
But Dusit has to make sure that they don't block off access.
Right.
So wherever that access is, it needs to be identified.
If I'm not mistaken, the access point to that, is it the Hyatt? And that's
there's
too
the
far.
Hyatt, in between there's like this little driveway area, right?
By the tennis court, And then the other one is Fujita. Those are two entry points that I'm familiar with, but the others I really don't know.
Right,
anyway.
But somebody can argue that the access point is too far, so I'm walking through your hotel.
Yeah, yep. You have to get through the Gestapo that is the Dusit outrigger, whatever the resort is there. When you drive into their property, they're like, "What are you here for?" I'm like,
Yeah. And then the other questionable legal jurisdiction, right, is again, can the park police give tickets on EPAL on Route 14? And I think it's still unclear, but it sounds more like, no, they don't have jurisdiction. However, when I was talking to my dad, because I was like, well, you were chief of police, how did you guys do it? Like, law enforcement is law enforcement. Park police can give out tickets to people that are speeding on Route 14. The port police can give out tickets between port to port. And so the legality, do they have the jurisdiction? Well, that gets settled in court, and the judge will ask, well, were you going 80 miles per hour? If so, pay the damn ticket.
Yeah. The same thing with the airport proper. Right? So the GIAA handles a certain amount of territory around the airport that they patrol, and like the port police, the same thing down in Patti, they have a certain amount. I didn't realize that the park police had jurisdiction over EPAL Road.
They don't. Oh. They don't. But they can't. But they've they talked about how they if they see somebody speeding, it's unsafe, 60 miles per hour. Pull them over, give them a ticket.
Can they?
Do they have the jurisdiction?
Yeah.
That's where it's all cloudy. However, any private citizen can make a statement or a witness report saying, yeah, I saw this license plate and this motorist going 70 miles per hour.
Yeah. But they have
Yeah.
jurisdiction over the actual park proper
Yes.
and the beach
Yes.
line, the beach
Yes.
along the coast. Okay.
Yes.
I never even thought of that. I've never even wondered about that. But yeah, you're right. I mean, and haven't they recently hired park police, or did they talk about needing more park police?
They always need more because retention is a challenge, right? And we see that across the board. Retention is a challenge for accountants, right? And we saw that at the OPA DOA meeting or oversight.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to have Edward Byrne on the radio. Is there anything that you want me to ask?
Give him a big hug. I mean, it's the worst it's ever been for him.
Yeah.
For
In
2
all of
years.
he makes the point in all of my 52 years of service.
Yeah.
You know, Ed Byrne is one of those guys who's just a really nice guy, right? And
Absolutely.
he's just
him and his family. I love them so much.
Yeah, his wife Donna graduated at another school, but we all have that camaraderie of having been gone to school at least at one point. So there's always that link. But I just find Edward to be very knowledgeable and very respectful.
Yeah.
And his decorum is very British anyway, but he just that's why we always try to play the music at the end of the conversation, because I need to know what the monarchy is doing. But I appreciate it, Paulie. This will be our last one for the time until you get back from the good old vacation, eh? I don't know if you want to
I'm
announce
excited. I really am. I'm going to take it all in.
Bro, it's like your dollar is going to go a long way in Japan. Isn't that why people go to like Japan and Korea? It's because
for right now, I mean, it's just a big benefit, right? Of course, but we love my kids. They went once, but not to really explore it. So I'm excited just to watch them explore Tokyo.
You know, the thing about traveling with adult children, not like I don't have to tell you this, but it's really, you think that you're just paying for you and your wife.
There's no pay. I'm not even going to be able to eat on this trip because I got to pay for them to eat. I'm just hoping that they don't finish everything on their plate so I can get the scratch.
That's the sacrifice. But I went on vacation this last Christmas with my kids, and I think it just feels like when you're the umbrella of the corporation, right? You're like the one holding the umbrella. That when the bill comes, you feel like when the bill comes, you feel like you have to pay for it, just because you're the one who has got the most money at the table. So, these are fun trips. I really hope you guys have a wonderful family vacation and come back refreshed, because this is an election year, and I think we're going to be running on all cylinders for the next 7 months. Yeah. All right. Anything else you want to add, Paulie, before we load?
No, I'm good.
All right. I appreciate that. All right.
Okay.
Well, we'll catch you this afternoon. That's Paulie Suba. He's the host of The Bright Side. That's coming up this afternoon at 2:00. He actually has some sit-in guests at different parts of the hour, like at 4:00 this afternoon, and it's always really cool to tune into something a little bit different on the radio that you might not actually be used to in afternoon talk radio. That I wish that I had. When the dinner bill comes, get up to use the restroom and don't come back. That's funny. But they're my ride, so there's that. I have to eventually show up. But, actually, when the bill came during these little family dinners or whatever, typically, I don't think that the kids worry about where their meal is going to come from. I don't think that they worry about how much things are going to cost. Yeah, there's always a little bit of a tussle for the bill. My son-in-law, Jesse, is very much like that. It's like we come into town and he just wants to make sure that, his home and all of our cars and what is it that you need, Mom? What is it that you need? And he will run out and make sure that we have everything that we could possibly use. And I've always really thought he's such a great guy and generous like that. But when it comes to like family dinners, typically their dad just grabs the bill and no one's fighting. I'm not fighting. I'm like, you take it. Go ahead. Knock yourself out. There's never a fight. Or I'll offer, hey, let's split it because these are, our kids or whatever. And he's like, usually that kind of stuff doesn't matter. But they'll eat you out of house and home. I'll tell you what. If you're used to spending, like $50 or $60 on dinner because there's only a couple people, right? when it's kind of a shocker. You're like, whoa, now we've got up to the $300 mark. But that's what vacations, I guess, are for, right? It's really especially family vacations. He's got adult children. And there's no greater fun than watching even adult children have a grand old time, watching them get excited over stuff, except for when they want to do, it's like, Mom, you want to go and jump off the top of that needle? They want to do all of that adventurous stuff. I don't even like the Ferris wheel. And in Vegas, they have all of those things, right? They want to go to the casinos. I'm good for my first $40, $50. That's it, bro. I win it, I lose it, I'm done. $50 is the budget. And then, then by the time you realize that everybody else has got a little more money than you, so they're just they've saved up for this, right? So they're winning and losing all over me. And it's like 2 hours in, and I'm still staring at them, winning and losing without playing. So it's kind of like babysitting your kids at the park. You don't really get to play. You just have to make sure that they don't fall and, knock their teeth out. So then I find myself, I guess another 50. And you know how fast it is to lose $50 in a casino?
Hey, that's real.
Bruh.
That's real. It's
like
real.
like literally 5 minutes.
Man, it's a blink.
It is a blink. I was like, how did... First of all, it took me like $10 to take out the 50 from an ATM. And then now I'm down 60, right? Completely down 60 because there's... and nothing to show for it. That's when I said, you think that you walk in, you're like... People make deals with themselves. Like, I've never done this before, so beginner's luck. And I had that. I never touched a slot machine in my life. I put $7 in because that's the cash I had in my wallet at the moment. I put $7 in and won 52. That paid for the pizza that they wanted from this one particular place. All right, that was a win for me. $7 for 52. And then in a blink of an eye, I lost 50 just sitting there staring at the machine. And you're almost like, is there not a second chance? Is there not a nothing? And then you get someone who says, they keep going. And they're like, I was one thing away from winning 15,000. I said, you know how many millions of people have walked through any casino anywhere in the world and said, I was just one token away from winning $15,000. And I was like, it's great to have the hope, but it's not the thing. How we have moved into this conversation always surprises how my brain works. But we're gonna bring it back home. We've got the CBS News. Pete Hegseth says this is going to be the worst day for Iran so far in this about 12 days now since this all began, and he still. Is the cheerleading captain of this entire thing, talking about the death and destruction that he can't wait for to happen. In the meantime, a lot more happening with these with these primaries into the midterms. The world is flipping out and over, like the Democrats actually maintaining some kind of respect and control. We'll see how that all works out. But in the meantime, I think the Iran situation is always going to be the top story, at least until this thing comes to an end. We are at 7 o'clock in the morning, KGUM-FM in Dedido, Guam.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by JTV.com.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Gas prices are surging in the U.S., with drivers paying about 20% more per gallon than before the start of the war with Iran. This driver in Raleigh, North Carolina, has noticed.
I saw it jump last week. I think where I usually go, it had jumped something like 25 cents a gallon. I was kind of stunned.
AAA says the national average for a gallon of regular unleaded gas today is $3.54. Just yesterday, it was $3.48. And last week, it was $3.11. World leaders look to oil reserves, but so far are holding off on tapping them. U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright's post saying the U.S. Navy escorted a tanker in the Strait of Hormuz was quickly deleted from social media. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the U.S. Navy has not escorted any tankers through the strait, and
the U.S. military is drawing up additional options following the president's directive to continue keeping the Strait of Hormuz open. I will not broadcast what those options look like, but just know the president is not afraid to use them.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says Iran stands alone and they are losing badly. CBS's Charlie D'Agata in Tel Aviv reports.
The U.S. military loves a statement that says the enemy always has a vote. And Iran has signaled multiple times, including today, that they are in no position or incentive to surrender or to be part of any kind of negotiations to bring an end to this.
The World Health Organization is warning of a problem stemming from strikes on oil facilities. CBS's Cammie McCormick.
The UN Health Agency has an office in Iran and says it's received multiple reports of oil-laden rain this week. Tehran was choked in black smoke.
The black rain and the acidic rain coming with it is indeed a danger for the population. We are in touch with the hospitals, and authorities have issued an alert advising people to stay indoors in light this especially.
The World Health Organization's Christian Lindmeier, there's been an uptick in strikes on Iran's domestic energy supplies.
Baltimore's mayor says a police officer was shot today while responding to a barricade situation at a home in the city. Police say that a suspect was also shot during the incident. This man was in the area when it happened.
I heard a shotgun shot, and I dropped my phone. It's so loud and terrifying.
The officer was taken to a hospital shock trauma unit. The National Weather Service has just upgraded its weather threat for northern Illinois, which includes the Chicago area and northwest Indiana. There is now a moderate risk for tornadoes from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. Stocks are up on Wall Street. The Dow has jumped 99 points. Oil is down 11.5%. This is CBS News.
Looking for spring jewelry looks? Find them at Jewelry Television. New customers get $20 off purchases of $99 or more at jtv.com.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
A toothless wonder is ready to fill in the gaps.
Say it's not so, Jack Hughes.
I'm not the most thrilled guy that I lost my jib.
The hockey hero tells the Daily Mail he's finally made plans to get new teeth, maybe this week, after taking a stick to the mouth in Team USA's gold-winning OT victory over Canada at the Winter Olympics. And fans have taken a liking to that straggly smile, but not Hughes.
I want my good smile back.
The 24-year-old admits he worries a lot of people may be upset about that. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Alabama Governor Kay Ivey has commuted the death sentence of a 75-year-old inmate who was set to be executed this week, even though he was not in the building when a 1991 robbery victim was killed. Ivey has reduced Charles Sonny Burton's sentence to life in prison without possibility of parole. The shooter's death sentence was reduced on appeal, and Ivey says she thought it would be unjust to execute Burton. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Hafene Guam. Good morning, guys, and welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM. We have 5 minutes after 7 o'clock on a Wednesday, March 11th. We are streaming online at thewave105.com as well as our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. Mornings with Patti is being brought to you by Take Care Insurance Company, Our Island, Your Health Plan. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. The Agana Shopping Center. Shop, dine, and relax at the Agana Shopping Center, your one-stop destination for food, fun, and local favorites all year long. Code 1 Law Enforcement, Guam's one-stop shop for law enforcement gear, tactical tools, uniforms, and equipment. You name it, they got it at Code 1. Gear up and stay ready. GTA, we start with you. Patch Tinting and Detailing, For all your tinting and detailing needs, call 671-647-SLAM. That's 671-647-7526. It's like shade under a mango tree. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh. And Chili's, grill and bar at Chili's. More life, great food, and memories happen here.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
The Trump administration is calling for sharp restrictions on direct-to-consumer drug ads. I'm Zach Dyer, and this is your KFF Health News Minute. Last year, the White House called for a reversal of the 1997 FDA policy that allowed the ads on television. Some Democrats and independents in Congress are on board. Drug makers spend billions of dollars a year to persuade people to use their products, even though new drugs may not perform better than existing treatments. The expiration of enhanced Obamacare subsidies has millions of Americans facing higher health insurance costs. Chaz and Jean Franklin's monthly payments were about to shoot up until she was diagnosed with ALS. Chaz calls it a terrible irony.
We're saving $1,500 a month because of her terminal disorder.
Jean's diagnosis qualified her for Medicare, bringing down their out-of-pocket expenses. Struggling with high health costs? There's more at kffhealthnews.org.
Wave 105, keeping Guam informed, inspired, and in the conversation. Glimpses Media.
Calling all engaged couples and event planners. Join Leo Palace Resort Guam for our first ever bridal and event expo, The Road to I Do. Happening March 21st from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Zafiro Ballroom. Explore venue options, financial planning, bridal glam, formal wear, wellness, entertainment services, and more, all in one place. The Road to I Do at Leo Palace Resort Guam. Design your day, define your forever. Special thanks to Power 98, Wave 105, and Route 99.
Alrighty, Guam. Half day, everyone. Good morning and welcome back. We're going to hit the streets right now for your second look at this morning's Real Deal Traffic Report. It is being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot, and you could schedule a test drive simply by calling 478 Auto, or if you'd like to look at our inventory, check out our website at GuamAutospot.com. All right, guys, so the streets of Guam are definitely wet this morning. We got both north and southbound traffic up and around Lower Tumon. It is beginning to build up outside of PIC, up and around EPOW, as well as the JFK and Kmart intersection. Wet roads coming around Machechi, as well as Route 15. You will find a little delay up and around Poggett this morning. Atacao is looking really nice. No delays there. Manilao traffic is also beginning to build up, as well as our friends along Route 4. We got traffic flowing from the southern end of the island, heading north towards Ordot, getting around Sinahanya, or coming through Hagåtña this morning. Asin traffic is light, as well as Anigua and Pidi. We have no delays getting around that end. But again, folks, the streets of Guam are wet. Let's just allow some braking distance between ourselves and the vehicle in front of us. And remember, Guam, seatbelts are sexy. You do want to watch your speed limit in the school zones this morning, as well as the villages, as you will find students coming in and out of the bus stops. Let's keep our eyes on the roads, not on the phones. No texting and driving on the streets of Guam. This is your Real Deal Traffic Report right here on the Wave 105 FM. It's all being brought to you by our friends at Guam Auto Spot and mobile gas stations.
G-U-A-M, island in the sun, from Jigo to Molesto. This land is all that we know.
Celebrate Mes Chamorro with us on Power 98 and the Guam Guide. We invite you to show your island pride in the Mes Chamorro Landmark Photo Challenge. From the Laddie Stone Park to Two Lovers Point, from the Inalahan Pools to the Malesu Bell Tower, we want to see you at your favorite Guam landmark. It's simple. Take a photo, upload your picture, and tag us on Instagram. The photo with the most likes wins. Special thanks to Vince Jewelers, Tony Roma's Local Jerk, and Fisheye Marine Park, Guam. See the GuamGuide.com/Mes contest for all your official rules and regulations. Biba, Mes Chamorro.
Calling all engaged couples and event planners. Join Leo Palace Resort Guam for our first ever bridal and event expo, The Road to I Do. Happening March 21st from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Zafiro Ballroom. Explore venue options, financial planning, bridal glam, formal wear, wellness, entertainment services, and more, all in one place. The Road to I Do at Leo Palace Resort Guam. Design your day, define your forever. Special thanks to Power 98, Wave 105, and Route 99.
The new and improved Chili's 3-for-Me meal deal is here. Starting at just $12.99, mix and match meal options such as the house salad, old timer with cheese, and a Coke. Switch up entrees between shrimp tacos, the margarita flatbread, or Southwest Tag with rice. With so many combinations to choose from for just $12.99, you have to come back to try them all. Available all day for lunch or dinner. Only at Chili's. Great food and value happen here. Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or delivery right to your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good To Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Ekongo puritinigi. Hinasu ginini komisyon ifinut sa moro. Ekongo si Señora Teresita C. Flores. En entrevista a Señora Rufina Mendiola.
Besafa Estonia ifinut sa moro ki komunidad. Sa purhapon na rason, natinahong material para umaaatan ni tao siya ni publiko na estigit finut sa moro matutugi taywili na kaseta pa. Man manggi gaseta gwihuji komunidad ni matugi gifinut sa moro. Ano mano pa 8 lugar siya, so mga lumagi sumnya hotel maaagan, undi i gaseta siya, tamas i komunidad uspian penyo, so matsonik mas, ifinanagi so masupport finut sa moro.
Turn us on and turn up the island dialogue. Wave 105, the talk of Guam, Glimpses Media.
Man, 7:14 in the morning. Getting notes from friends this morning that the traffic light is still blinking down at the Paseo. What is it? The Paseo Loop, Chief Kepuha. It's still blinking. It was 24 hours ago, but now they have a police officer out directing traffic, so it doesn't sound like it's anything that's a quick fix.
Okay.
Obviously, because that's a major intersection, and you got to. You're supposed to treat it as a four-way stop, but that just never works. That just doesn't work. By the way, I'm saying to you that every time you play that bumper to get me into the bottom of the hour, that's so Bridgerton. It's honestly the violins and all of the harpsichord and all of those things.
I see. Okay.
If you haven't seen it, we were trying to convince somebody the other day to just break down and do it.
Bridgerton. Got you. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm following.
Okay. I do not know if you watch this, Edward Byrne. Do you watch Bridgerton at all? Or did you watch Downton Abbey or any of those other Queen Charlotte or any of those other British films?
Yes, of course. And I'm waiting for you to start your program with Dearest Gentle Listener.
Dearest Gentle Listener. Yeah, that's a great one. There's a cliffhanger at the end of this season. So have you seen the season?
Yes, I did.
How close to the actual lifestyle? Well, not that you lived back in the day, but how close to the customs of this society? You know what? Let's save this for the Royal Report, shall we?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to have to have.
Let's deal with Guam business first.
Oh yes, absolutely. The business of government finance. I was telling the audience today there was 4.5 hours of government financing, and if you wanted a quick lesson in how that works, that would have been a seminar that you could have watched. But you said something that was actually kind of hit in the fields yesterday when you talked about your 52 years of service and what you have and have not seen. What about that statement? What compelled you to make that statement based on how you're dealing with government finances? Is it the government's finances, or is it the legislature's take on how things work?
No, it was really directed to this particular audit process. When I took on this job, I realized, obviously, that government finances were really very different from commercial finances, and there are different considerations that you have to put at the beginning of each day. But this audit process, audit shouldn't be something punitive or something where we're standing in opposite corners lobbing insults or anything else at each other. It should be a collaborative process, and the government doesn't do the audit. The auditors do the audit. We do the accounting and provide the information, but I have never before come to the point where this process is so painful and frankly unproductive.
Well, it goes, I think, this way. Maybe because there's a lack of understanding, and how that lack of understanding might translate into a job evaluation right there in front of the public. Like the reason why these audits aren't matching up, or the difficulties in securing enough auditors who want to do the job, is a reflection. Then it becomes a reflection on the Department of Administration. And I never thought of it that way, that it becomes it can become a lot more embattled than it should be. Is that kind of the right attitude? Did I get that part of it right?
Yes, it's become embattled is a good phrase. It's become a contest, and it shouldn't be a contest. And certainly, when I was doing this job, when I started my career, that was not the approach. I never went to a client thinking, "Oh, this is going to be a contest." I mean, some clients were easier than others, but I know inherently that government accounting, especially, this particular territory, which I say is bigger than all the other islands put together and has more complex things going on. But we need to be ready. We need to match the effort that the island demands, and we do. So, knowing that the audit is delayed, we've issued a whole lot of other releases and information about the actual up-to-date state of the government finances, only to be met with criticism for that. So, it's never going to be a fair world, but we're going to do our very best to produce the best information as quickly as possible. And if the audit doesn't catch up, then the audit doesn't catch up. But I don't want to have the majority of the effort of DOA accounting addressing an audit when we have up-to-date business to attend to as well.
Can you actually still create a budget knowing what's in the checking account right now? And, the information that was pushed out on the last CRER in February for 2024 and 25 actually showed some lapsed funds projecting about $11 million. Is that the tidbit of information that you keep sending down to the legislature to sort of put the puzzle together to help in the absence of an audit, to help them understand where they are or where we are?
We send BBMR, DRT, and I send the CIR every month, and that's the up-to-date information, as up-to-date as we can get, because we have a cut-off of 20 days, right? As up-to-date as we can get of the year-to-date revenues and expenditures. DOA sends down, because it's required by statute, a quarterly statement of revenues and expenditures for the general fund. And I made some reference to that yesterday. And obviously we've done the first quarter, which ended in December, and we submitted it in January. And we'll be ready, obviously, to produce a further up-to-date version at the end of March. There's lots of information out there. Now, I do understand that there's a level of comfort provided by an audit. But, with all due respect, there's lots and lots of numbers in the audit. And the number that's being held up is really not the number that's the amount for the general fund, which we've already announced what the surplus for fiscal 24 was in the general fund. It's all the other information that really isn't relevant to the budget that's holding up this process. We're trying to deal with it as quickly as possible. But I don't think that a budget can be so complicated that you can't use the foundation that we've already got. And it's a budget, right? It's an assumption going forward. The tendency, the problem is, and when I read out that quotation from our Standard & Poor's rating, the problem is that the legislature likes to look back and use prior years' surpluses, or what turns into a surplus in the general fund, rather than concentrating on budgeting for the year in hand, which is the year which is going to be the year for fiscal 27. Conditions in fiscal 24 were quite different from conditions in fiscal 27, and we talked about the fact that we had a large amount of federal funds in fiscal 24 because it was the ending of the ARPA funds, but we don't have that in fiscal 27, and that's the reality that needs to be grasped.
So, in a few words, that these management audits is the way that they've always, that's the source by which they can formulate the budget. And if it's coming in piecemeal with just the exact information that they would need in order to negotiate the budget, there
are a mark of good financial control. But a better mark of financial control is accurate and clean audits, and that's what we're trying to seek here. We are held back by the fact that we have also to issue at the same time this federal compliance report, because that's required by federal statute, and that has to be issued at the same time. And were it not, I'm sure we would already have the financial statement audit out by now. But that's the reality, that we have to deal with these two documents, and each of them seems to be around about 200 pages. So, we've got 400 pages to navigate through.
Well, and plus that, I think you did make that point yesterday that you had to take out like a $250,000 grant from Interior in order to get that to come into compliance. Is it Interior or is it the HHS? Did you say something about compliance is now, the compliance is under the authority of HHS? Not DOI?
Yeah, no, that grant comes from DOI and is part of the island-wide effort to improve audit timeliness, which in most places is much less timely than we are here.
Oh, okay. So what was the reference to
The point I was making yesterday was that at some point in time, the Office of Management and Budget, which is the federal part of the White House that deals with budgeting, changed our cognizant agency, which is the agency that is in the position to clear some of these federal findings from DOI, who are we believe to be statutory are our sponsoring agency, to HHS. and we have to fix that and turn it back because we have done all our reporting to DOI, not HHS.
Yeah. And what would HHS have anything to do with how we're using money in Guam when Department of Interior offers these grants to Guam for any particular content that we need here? I mean, how would they?
Well, I think the reason it happened, I think, Patti, was because HHS provides us with a lot of funding in particular for Medicaid and SNAP, which together is kind of like $500 million, right? Like 500 million. So somebody somewhere in the government, no governments are perfect. Somebody in the federal government made that change, didn't tell us, didn't tell DOI, and we just have to fix it in order that we can get back on track.
Okay. Was there ever a resolution to the overdue financials? Were you able, with the explanation about the shortage at EY and the rebidding of the contract and them actually winning it again, and the shortage that they're having and the problems of compiling, everybody seemed to not have a lot to say because it seems to be out of anyone's control. I don't know if I'm reading that right, but what was the resolution to the tardiness and the criticism of the tardiness of these reports?
Well, I have been in discussions with officials at DOI, and the initial reaction was, "Oh, never mind what the numbers are. Get the audit out." Well, no way does that look good to me, or would I be satisfied with such a scattered and uncontrolled approach. So my conversations with them were centered around, we need to make sure, because uniquely amongst the islands, we have investors looking at our financials. We need to make sure that we have as good as a report as we can get. We want to get people to invest. We want to get people to continue to invest, and to have a incomplete or even a report in which there's any kind of doubt in it doesn't serve us well, because we have this other audience that really is terribly important to us, because they're going to fund all these new projects that we're trying to get out of the ground.
The conversation took a little bit of heat off of you specifically when they moved into procurement. And I don't think it was a genius comment to make, because I think every lawmaker down the pike has said overhauled procurement. When there was a question and answer by Telo Taitagui. And then you answered some of the issues about, there's morale issues. There's some kind of friction between impatient agencies coming for, some information, or not information coming as quickly. Yeah, eventually we're going to have to do that. Do you see any effort toward there being easier ways to get around procurement other than to throw your hands out or yell at some officer?
No, we're not going to do any yelling. Indeed, as I think I mentioned, that I do not approve of anybody yelling at my staff, right? That's totally uncalled for. What we need to do is to really look at our needs, right? And we tend to deal with things piecemeal. We've got a piecemeal procurement system, and we've got a piecemeal government system. The procurement system, right, was based upon the Model Procurement Code way back in 2010, which was an effort by the American Bar Association and NASPO to produce a model procurement code. Things have moved along quite a lot since then, and the Model Procurement Code is currently being updated by those two bodies, and probably will come out during the course of this year. However, we have certain issues on here, and in particular that we're a long way from the mainland, and getting supplies here, which affects both goods and construction, because construction depends upon supplies, is expensive and difficult and subject to delays. So we need to look at that so that we can plan forward more carefully as to how we're going to source, especially if we have a lot of major construction projects going on that aren't military but our own, like the hospital and the school, we need to plan and not be scattered about it. We're supposed to plan for procurement. I mentioned that we have this year-on-year barrier that is stopping us really planning for procurement for fiscal 27 now, because we don't know what the funding is going to be for fiscal 27. And that's one thing we need to fix. We need to fix the statutes when we get the new model procurement code to align the two so they're better aligned. So we need to do that. But equally more importantly, we need to make sure that everybody knows exactly what they need, right? I mean, I can't tell you how often I'm looking at a requisition and one department wants one sort of pen and the other department wants another sort of pen. Well, I don't know, and I don't have time, and these are really small issues, to which is the better pen. So we process both, but that's not very effective. That's not a good way of going forward. And it encourages a lot of small, difficult procurements to make, when what we want to do is to concentrate on the really difficult big ones and make sure that we have enough buses for GRTA, that we have enough ambulances, and we do now. I mean, and that was a really good procurement that we were able to get those ambulances on island. But now we're looking at fire trucks, and it takes a long time to build a fire truck. It takes more than a year. So you have to look a year out, and that's what I want both the executive and the legislature to do.
Yesterday I was reading, it was probably part of the oversight hearing, where Senator Therese Terlahi said that Chris Duenas had commented that the government of Guam is heading into a deficit. And the administration says he said, and I asked him that. He said, I asked him yesterday, did you say that Guam is heading into a deficit, as Therese Terlahi claims? And he said, the administration says we have a deficit regarding fiscal year 24 and 25 revenues. I dispute the claim by the administration and argue that the only way to confirm the claim is timely audits. We are now 2 fiscal years behind audited financials and flying blind. And that was, I asked him whether or not it's because because of these unfunded liabilities that with phantom budgets and the like. These are words that have come out of the legislature on funding. Whenever they see that there's money, they're clamoring to find places to put that. And some of them, as GMH was, and it has with GVB, the money wasn't necessarily there. That $10 million wasn't in the coffers. Are we headed for a deficit? Chris
right. Let me clear that up. We are not going to have a deficit in fiscal 24. We're going to have we told everybody, we issued the number, that there is a surplus in fiscal 24. Right. But you're absolutely on the right track, that during the course of the last 18 months, that the accumulated surplus has been used to fund projects that really should have been budgeted in the annual budget.
Right.
And yes, GMH is a very good example of that. I mean, it was only a few days after the budget statute was passed that we had to provide funding to GMH. It was badly needed, but it was as badly needed at the time the budget was constructed as it was when we actually provided the funds.
Right.
And there's been attempts also to use this what they call lapses, right? But both I and the governor have said very clearly that a lapse in 1 year turns into a positive fund balance in the following year. And I did explain yesterday that most jurisdictions they have this very strict. If a budget lapses, it's lost. It goes into the fund. You can decide what to do with the fund, but you can't look back at a lapse and think you can use both the fund balance and the lapse, because that's using the same money twice, and that's going to be a fiscal disaster.
Right. So it's not like just because you didn't use it, you can carry it over into the balance of your checking account, but you can't appropriate it again, is what you're saying, because the money hasn't been used.
Right.
Okay.
Right. You can appropriate it once.
Right.
But you can't appropriate it twice.
Right.
And that is what seems to be happening.
There's a huge disconnect, I guess, and it's not lost on a lot of people that there is, when it comes to money and this administration, and somebody just wrote me a second ago her take on it. Let me read it back, because I don't want anybody to think it came from me. It says, senators don't do a whole lot, so in an election season they start attacking everyone to make it look like they're doing something. Many senators view their oversight role as a mandate to obstruct and attack the agencies under their responsibility. Absolutely, that stuff happens, but we are in an election year, and money is always going to be a big thing. Clearly in any election year. So I'm not saying that Chris Duenas or any of the senators are doing anything that they wouldn't normally do under another administration, maybe with a little more fervor, because everybody wants to fill these seats. But I think the bottom line is, during the governor's State of the Island address, she actually gave receipts that shows, I'm leaving you with a balance. Well, no, I'm leaving you with a checking account that's very healthy, and it's actually got money in it. However you're going to use that, and however you're going to maintain that in the policies from the time I walk out the door it's going to have to be on you. But the picture that's being painted at the moment is things like we're headed into a deficit, which negates everything she said during the State of the Island address. Again, when she produced receipts, that is in the finances of the government of Guam. It's not headed toward a deficit.
Well, yes. I mean, you're right. There's a big gap between the executive budget that goes in that appropriates what is supposed to be the appropriate amount of money for that fiscal year, and this grabbing at strings in order to fulfill a need that the budget didn't contemplate for one reason or other. But it's the legislature's job, as they keep on telling us, to construct a sound budget. But you don't do that by ignoring an obligation or by ignoring a need in order to meet a budget number that that I think we all know, right? That the world isn't falling in here, right? At this moment, there's a fairly vigorous economy going on, and you only have to walk around. That yes, we don't get tourists in the volumes we did, and we don't get tourists consistently. I understand that February was a good month for tourists, but March is not expected to be. But the economy isn't failing, and every month we were reporting better revenues, both from income taxes and the BPT, which is the consumer tax. We can all take different views as to how long that's going to last, and we can construct our own models of what it's going to be. But at this moment, we are earning more than we thought we were going to earn, which is not, obviously it's a good thing. That's not holding around again. It's a good thing that we earn more than we thought we were going to earn. Let's address the obligations from that source of funds, not go back and eat the seed corn.
Yeah. Well, I think that's about due time for us to head into the place that you and I enjoy at the end of our conversations. And we actually started the conversation about Bridgerton.
Yeah. Yes.
So I was asking you can bring it. I was asking you whether or not that the customs and of that time are still customs that are carried on by, this concentration on tradition in the UK. Did they feel like home to you when you're seeing, tea time and other trappings of that kind of lifestyle?
Well, there's lots of different portrayals of Britain on the television. There's Bridgerton, which is all custom and tradition, and there's Peaky Blinders, which is very violent, which is very violent, but reflected what was going on in Birmingham between the wars. So Britain is a mixture, right? Yes, it was a very layered society where the aristocracy behaved like you see on Bridgerton, and the common people, and by common I mean they weren't aristocrats, behaved to some extent like you see on Peaky Blinders. But there's also a very long-running soap opera on British television called Coronation Street, which is based upon the population of one street in a suburb of Manchester, and it's been going on for years and years and years, which deals with how regular people, they go to the pub, they go to the shops, and they do what they have to do to make a living. So it's a very multi-layered society. In that time, obviously, the aristocracy had much greater control over what was going on, and that their purpose was to maintain that control through that tradition. But and it really didn't break down until the First World War, when men went off to war and women ran the country, basically. Right. And that's what started the breakdown of this class structure that you see so clearly in Bridgerton.
They're just like us. They're just like us. I have to ask you now, the other big controversy, can they remove Andrew Mountbatten from the bloodline? And what does that mean in the succession of the throne? Succession of the throne. So they basically wipe him and his daughters out?
Well, I don't think they're going to wipe his daughters out, but I understand what obviously they take him out of the line of succession, which I guess they can do by statute. The Parliament and the Crown together, they can do that by statute. It's fairly illusory because he's not high up in the succession in the first place, because the Prince of Wales has 3 children, so it's not like he's not like they're number 2, right? He's not number 2. He's like number 8 or 9, I think.
They'd have to scrape the bottom of the barrel to get to Andrew. But so right. What is the succession? Obviously, it's the firstborn, right, of George, and then it would be Charlotte, and then Louis. Then does it go into Harry at that point? Is Harry the next, and then his 2 children, or does it go into? Look, it's got to go to Harry, right? I mean, would that be the next?
Yes.
Harry?
But can I also say, they did change the statute from the up to like 4 years ago. The firstborn male took precedent. Yeah. They changed that to the firstborn, so you can change these things by statute.
Absolutely, and Princess Charlotte can now also become after his term. She was included, otherwise, 4 years ago she wouldn't have been. So does it go to Harry and then his 2 children, and then where after that? Does it go to Andrew or does it go to Edward? Who's the next after that?
It would go to. I'm not sure about Princess Anne, right? Because I think they excluded.
Well, yeah, she was part of that
before that statute, right? Right. So I think it would be Prince Edward.
Edward, or not Andrew?
It would be Andrew first,
right?
And then Edward. And I think they're trying to fix that. But I think they have to decide whether they want to prolong this rather unfortunate and grimy-ish state of affairs that's not only affecting the royal family, but you probably saw that Lord Donaldson was also arrested.
Right.
And he represents the other side of all this, of people coming to power. Got to watch people coming to power, right? People coming to power and abusing their position.
Right.
So I think they have to decide whether they want to prolong this or try and cut it off and move on.
Yeah. Edward, as usual, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you so much. Next time we're gonna do this in studio when there's an opportunity. Yeah. I hope that'll be soon.
Yes, I hope so too. And have a good day and the best to
Absolutely.
all your listeners.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Edward Byrne, Sir Edward, he's part of the monarchy as far as I'm concerned. Head of the Department of Administration, 746, a little bit late, but we'll take this break. We'll be right back.
CBS News Brief. Drivers are paying about 20% more for a gallon of gas than before the start of the war with Iran. AAA says the national average for a gallon of regular unleaded is now $3.54 in Raleigh, North Carolina.
I saw it jump last week. I think where I usually go, it had jumped something like 25 cents a gallon. I was kind of stunned.
The White House says 140 to 150 service members have been wounded in the war with Iran. CBS's Charlie D'Agata in Tel Aviv reports.
There is progress to report here. Certainly Israelis can tell you that the number of attacks and frequency of attacks is down.
Iran's parliament speaker says they are not seeking a ceasefire. Baltimore's mayor says a police officer was shot today while responding to a barricade situation at a home in the city. According to this witness,
An ambulance pulled up and I see them walk out with a woman who it looked like her neck was bloody.
Police say that a suspect was also shot. CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
Today, Guam. Good morning, guys. It's about 7:47 in the morning. We're going to go ahead and hit the streets right now for your Real Deal Traffic Report. It is being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot, and you could schedule a test drive by calling 478-AUTO, or if you'd like to look at our inventory, visit our website at guamautospot.com and go further on every journey with Mobil's Synergy Supreme Plus Fuel. It will leave your engine 3 times cleaner for better gas mileage. Visit guam.mobile.com for more details. We got scattered showers and thunderstorms on the streets of Guam this morning, so please do watch your speed limit. School buses are also making rounds, so you do want to be careful getting in and out of the villages as well as the school zones. Traffic on the southern end is light this morning. We have no delays getting around Malesu, in Alahan, or Malolo this morning. It seems to be moving really nicely around Ipan, Talafofo, Windward Hills as well. Traffic is beginning to build up along Route 10. You're going to find that in Manila this morning. We got some north and southbound traffic up and around FD. That's going to be Father Duenas this morning, north and southbound on that side. Mobile gas station in Manila. We got a little delay on that side, as well as Antolon Middle School. You're going to find that along Route 10 in Barrigada. Strong delays this morning coming around the Crown Bakery 76 Circle K intersection, both north and southbound. Traffic flowing from Barrigada, trying to hop onto the Mongmong Totu Mighty area. That's going to be along Route 8. Traffic flowing in and out of Harvest Christian Academy as well as Hagåtña this morning. We got some stronger north and southbound traffic. Our friends at the Guam Police Department are assisting with traffic this morning coming around Paseo, so just a heads up over on that end. You do want to watch your speed limit. Allow some braking distance between yourselves and the vehicle in front of you, and we should all be able to have ourselves a safe Wednesday morning. This is your Real Deal Traffic Report on the Wave 105 FM, all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot and mobile gas stations.
Calling all engaged couples and event planners. Join Leo Palace Resort Guam for our first ever bridal and event expo, The Road to I Do, happening March 21st from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Zafiro Ballroom. Explore venue options, financial planning, bridal glam, formal wear, wellness, entertainment services, and more, all in one place. The Road to I Do at Leo Palace Resort Guam. Design your day, define your forever. Special thanks to Power 98, Wave 105, and Route 99.
Pud ima usanya ifinut sa moro gigima. Hinasu ginini komisyon ifinut sa moro. Ekungok si Señora Rufina Mendiola. In entrevista a Señora Teresita Flores.
Apa na timan finut sa moro siya na familia gigima pat gi komunidad.
Jutugo don't to offer student ko na may sapa ko. Pumagagat sa zona izan yun for English itauto ni Tito Moro lo gigima hafa na rason 70 ti mapresiso lo pago na go preciso siya gutugo sa man mamay sempapo I familia po farmatura farmagonia ma esta malalang o si keblinia po farmanapasi lo di badya si pontungo for minut sa moro.
Senior hat.
Craving Chili's? Let's make life easy. Grab their signature wings, crispy, saucy, and comes with a special treat. Or pick up a Chili's bundle promo, packed with all the Chili's faves. Order exclusively via good-to-go delivery or takeout. At Chili's, great food and value happen here.
Coming up on 8 o'clock in the morning, and wow, as I live and breathe, is this correct that Officer Paul Supa is on the line with me? Good morning.
Alpha Daylight, Patty. Hey, go paulik na programa.
Oh, thank you very much. I looked at that and I had to do a double because it said officer, and I'm like, not the man. You're the man. You're two Paul.
And I'm married to a woman.
What's that? And you're what? You're the man. Okay. Did we lose you? Okay, there you are. It's nice to, wow, it absolutely is great to hear your voice. I hear Paulie refer to you all the time, and I know that things have been challenges that you have. I'm just so glad to hear your voice on the radio this morning, Paul.
Amen to that, Patty, and I love hearing your voice. I'm serious. Excellent, great show, just like today and always.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. So what can I do for you this morning?
Well, basically, I really wanted to say thank you, too, and appreciate the fact that you're putting out some really good advice, especially for motorists on our highways, not only this morning, but all the time. Yes, GPD's out here. We're out here because we care, and we've seen too many tragedies, and enough is enough. But, there'll always be those that sometimes you just can't help, you're not paying attention, or somebody wasn't. But please, I know your listeners listen and trust your great advice on not only traffic safety, but so many other things. And that's why I love listening to both your program and Paulie's as well.
Yeah. Well, this is a part of our obligation to the public is to give them information. And so when Dice does the traffic reports, and she makes sure to let people know the advice that she's always given to pass on to the consumers. And definitely when the police are out there, taking over traffic on a major intersection, that people have to remember there is a human being standing amidst all of that traffic and people going at these speeds. So be aware that there's somebody trying to get you through the intersection. I do want to say that what has become interesting, and I hope that you'll be able to address it, is that a lot of the police work that's being done to find drugs on the street, it's become almost like hilarious if I see somebody with one tail light. I'm like, bro, you're about to get busted for, fentanyl or ice, because clearly you haven't replaced the back, and you may not even have registration. But you see that the cops have one eye on patrol over these cars because so many of them get pulled over. The chance of them actually having drugs or in the drug trade is pretty good.
That's correct. That is correct. And, because a lot of times it's almost like they're oblivious to those things that the rest that aren't influenced by illegal narcotics, that we are concerned for safety and following the law.
Mm. Well, and unfortunately, the Guam Police Department, even during the time that you were there, it's always been chronically understaffed. I mean, is there ever a time we're going to get up to that magic number of GPD officers out there to do the work? Or is that just always, by comparison to even other jurisdictions, just the thorn in the side of law enforcement?
Well, I mean, it's all across the board, not only in law enforcement, but sometimes kitchens, restaurants are short of staff or good chefs. But I think with all the voices that are questioning and wanting and needing to see something change, I believe there will come a time where we'll be very close to where we need to be. And it also, requires good recruiting. And I reach out to our youth for the future generations of police officers, whether in GPD or airport or port police, so that, and they've got great ideas. There's going to be some panels coming up, events where we will be speaking to the youth, and they've got some awesome questions and insight. And So I congratulate them, and I believe that time will come. Maybe not 100% where we want to be, but a lot better than where we are.
Sure, absolutely. I had an early conversation with Polly X about, he does this thing with me on every Wednesday morning, and we were talking about jurisdiction, that these law enforcers from the port, from the airport, there's like different divisions of law enforcers that connected to enforcing the law on the streets, and we specifically talked about the jurisdiction or authority of the park police. And I think he said that he talked to you about, what jurisdiction they have over that entire San Vitoris Road, or is it just on the ocean side?
Yes, and I'll just maybe remind folks, when I was the chief, we were having horrendous problems with traffic deaths, fatalities. So what I did is I communicated with the chiefs of park police, port police, airport police, and other law enforcement that do patrolling, and worked with the courts and other agencies and the mayors to let them know we're going to need to rally everyone to do traffic enforcement, the port police between ports and on the Route 1, between, the Ganya Boat Basin, the port itself, and Agate Marina, and then down in Tumon, the park police. And so that really had an impact on bringing the numbers of fatalities to a very, very good low.
Well, all eyes on the streets these days. You also have people who are on the street watching this stuff happen. We've always credited that street journalism for helping to crack some cases, or at least some of the groundwork is done, because people are actually collecting evidence when they're, videotaping some of this stuff with their cell phones, or taping stuff with their cell phones and then posting it on social media. Help or hindrance, do you think?
I think that's excellent because, with people, our community in general, people get, embarrassed that they were caught, and hopefully that dissuades them from continuing that kind of behavior. So I applaud those folks that are participating in that capacity. I mean, it's almost like an expansion of like a reserve program, although they're not officially sworn in and part of that. We're all one community, and we should be looking out for each other. So I applaud those folks.
Yeah. Well, I'm so glad to have you in the game. What a surprise to have you call in. It's always great to talk to you, and your expertise that you lend in your years in law enforcement will always be timeless. So you are always welcome. Your voice is always welcome on this program and on the station, obviously.
All right, Patty. Well, I want to just thank you, your team over there, and your listeners for all helping to make our island not only beautiful as it is, look at this day, beautiful sunshine, but also the people, very welcoming. Which one more thing I just wanted to comment. Down in Tumon, we have set up cones. The yellow shirt folks, the visitor safety officers, put yellow cones at that crosswalk because DPW has been having a hard time getting some parts for that crosswalk light. And so I just ask that everyone take caution passing through that area.
Is that Doucet, the Doucet area? That
yes,
crosswalk?
yes.
Oh, okay.
But throughout Tumon, because some folks just run across, they don't use a crosswalk. But we have the yellow shirt folks, the visitor safety officers there, like you said, by Doucet.
Okay.
And they're trying to ensure that our visitors enjoy a safe time on this island. And I tell all the folks down there and anyone I can speak with, hey, it doesn't hurt, it doesn't cost anything to give a nice half-a-day wave and a smile. These folks are coming here and spending money in our businesses, and it's going to help our economy. So, viva Mes Tomorrow.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Paul Suba, appreciate it. We always love talking to you. It is now time to hit that CBS News right on the money, 8 o'clock, 8 KGUM-FM in Dedido, Guam. Got me all flustered.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. The White House says the U.S. Navy has not escorted any oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz amid the ongoing war with Iran. CBS's Linda Kenyon.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt responded to a post from Energy Secretary Chris Wright about the escort.
I know the post was taken down pretty quickly, and I can confirm that the U.S. Navy has not escorted a tanker or a vessel at this time.
But Secretary Leavitt says that remains an option.
I will not broadcast what those options look like, but just know the president is not afraid to use them.
A statement from Iran's Revolutionary Guard stated, quote, "None of the U.S. warships have dared to approach even the Sea of Oman, the Persian Gulf, or the Strait of Hormuz." Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
President Trump warns of severe military consequences if Iran puts mines in the Strait of Hormuz. CBS's Cammie McCormick.
Officials tell CBS News intelligence assets are seeing indications Iran is taking steps to deploy mines in the narrow strait using smaller vessels. Joint Chiefs Chairman General Dan Kane said today the U.S. Central Command continues to hunt and strike mine-laying vessels as well as mine storage facilities. And the White House says the military is drawing up additional options.
The partial government shutdown is in its 25th day due to a battle over Department of Homeland Security funding. Democrats want changes before providing money. Republican Senator John Hoeven of North Dakota.
Democrats are stonewalling funding DHS at a critical time. And yes, that puts us at risk.
Democratic Senator Adam Schiff of California.
I guess their aim is to try to fund the department without having to make any changes to how ICE operates. That's obviously not going to fly with Democrats.
President Trump issues an ultimatum to lawmakers on Capitol Hill. Pass the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act immediately, or all other business will be brought to a standstill. House Speaker Mike Johnson.
The president and I are exactly in lockstep on that, of course, because he emphasizes the importance of that. As we all know, if you cannot believe in the integrity of the election in a constitutional republic, I mean, that's the foundation of everything.
Alabama's governor has commuted the death sentence of an inmate who was set to be executed this week.
75-year-old Charles Sonny Burton was set to be executed on Thursday for the death of Doug Battle, but Burton had left the building before Battle was fatally shot by another man who was spared the death penalty. Governor Kay Ivey says she believes the death penalty must be administered fairly, and she felt it was unjust for one participant in the crime to be executed when the person who pulled the trigger was not. Allison Keyes, CBS News.
Stocks have closed mixed on Wall Street, and oil has closed down. This is CBS News.
The stars shine brighter on CBS Mornings.
This is a slam dunk.
So cute. Gail came in singing for me today.
On CBS Mornings.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
The owner of the TD Garden Arena in Boston is suing a cannabis dispensary for trademark infringement. More from CBS's Michael Wallace.
The Boston Garden Dispensary has 3 locations in the Boston area. Delaware North, which owns TD Garden, the home of the Celtics and Bruins, has sued, fearing irreparable harm from customers who may assume the dispensary is associated with the arena. The dispensary's owner, Ivelisse Rivera, says she had a trademark lawyer make sure the name The Boston Garden was available.
We're in here fair and square, and it's our name.
She's already been in business under that name for 4 years. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
A Florida woman is expected to appear in court after police say she fired shots at Rihanna's home, Los Angeles home, while people were inside. Police say they arrested the 35-year-old woman on Sunday afternoon and recovered a weapon. She remains jailed on $10.2 million bail. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Guam. Good morning, guys. Welcome to Mornings with Patti right here on the Wave 105 FM. We have 6 minutes after 8 o'clock on a Wednesday, March 11th. You can find us streaming online this morning on the World Wide Web at thewave105.com. Like, subscribe, and do follow our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. Mornings with Patti is being brought to you by Take Care Insurance Company, Our Island, Your Health Plan. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. The Agana Shopping Center. Shop, dine, and relax at the Agana Shopping Center, your one-stop destination for food, fun, and local favorites all year long. Code 1 Law Enforcement, Guam's one-stop shop for law enforcement gear, tactical tools, uniforms, and equipment. You name it, they've got it at Code 1. Gear up and stay ready. GTA, we start with you. Pat's Tinting and Detailing for all your tinting and detailing needs. Call 671-647-SLAM. That's 671-647-7526. It's like shade under a mango tree. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. You can order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. And Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
AI is bad news for some workers, but good news for others. Here's how it's shaking out so far. I'm Jeff Colvin of Fortune magazine with the Fortune Business Update. Workers aged 22 to 25 are suffering the most from AI because entry-level workers know a lot of book learning, which is exactly what AI can automate easily. Older workers have knowledge they've gained through experience, which is more difficult for AI to take over. The result is that employment among young workers is slowing down or not growing at all, but AI is helping experienced workers because they can outsource some tasks to AI and focus on work that adds more value to a company. IBM is bucking the trend. It's tripling its entry-level jobs because those jobs are easy to fill now, and 3 to 5 years from now, those workers will be experienced, valuable employees. I'm Jeff Colvin.
Your island, your conversations, your station, Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media.
Have you heard? Subway just launched the all-new Subway Wraps. Your favorite footlong, now wrapped in a tender wheat tortilla that's perfect for any flavor craving. Go low carb, hit your protein goals, or just eat better. Subway Wraps make fueling your day easier than ever with bold flavors and curated ingredients. Sink your teeth into the cheesy garlic steak wrap, juicy steak, cheddar cheese sauce, crispy veggies, and roasted garlic aioli. All wrapped up. Subway Wraps. Light, delicious, and satisfying without weighing you down. Subway. Eat fresh, feel good.
G-U-A-M, island in the sun. From Jigo to Molesty, this land is all that we know.
Celebrate Mes Chamorro with us on Power 98 and the Guam Guide. We invite you to show your island pride in the Mes Chamorro Landmark Photo Challenge. From the Laddie Stone Park to Two Lovers Point, from the Inalaham Pools to the Malesu Bell Tower, we want to see you at your favorite Guam landmark. It's simple. Take a photo, upload your picture, and tag us on Instagram. The photo with the most likes wins. Special thanks to Vince Jewelers, Tony Roma's Local Jerk, and Fisheye Marine Park Guam. See the GuamGuide.com/Mes Chamorro contest for all your official rules and regulations. Biba, Mes Chamorro.
I said this land is all that we know.
Alrighty, righty, guys. Holiday Guam. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. 7 minutes after 8 o'clock this morning. Let's go ahead and hit the streets for a Wednesday's final look at your Real Deal traffic report. It is being brought to you by our friends at Guam Auto Spot, and you could schedule a test drive. Just give us a call at 478-AUTO, or if you'd like to look at our inventory, you are welcome to visit our website at guamautospot.com and go further on every journey with Mobil's Synergy Supreme Plus fuel. It leaves your engine 3 times cleaner for better gas mileage. Visit guam.mobile.com for more details. Alrighty, guys, looking around the northern end of the island, we're at the 8 o'clock rush hour on the streets, and we would like to remind everyone to just watch your speed limit. We don't got to rush this morning. You're going to find a couple of wet pockets around those streets, and we got some still water, so make sure that you guys are being careful getting around the school zones and in the villages. Looking up and around Dedido, we got some north and both southbound traffic up and around Dial, Rent to Own in Dedido. GRMC, that's going to be the Guam Regional Medical City. We got some north and southbound traffic over on that side, as well as Payless in Dedido. Liguan traffic is looking light right now. Getting through Machechi, we got no problems there. Route 16 is also beginning to build up, as well as those of you getting around St. Paul Christian School. JFK Kmart intersection, Village of Donkey, the ITC, as well as a Megabyte into Mooning. This is all going to be along Route 1. You can expect some delays over on that end. Looking around Lower Tumon this morning, we got north and both southbound traffic already beginning to build up, and that's going to be up and around PIC this morning. So just be on the lookout for that, and as well as Oka Payless into Mooning, as well as our friends getting around St. Anthony's this morning. So again, folks, let's keep our eyes on the roads. Make sure that you're not texting and driving. And remember, Guam, seatbelts are sexy. You're going to find our friends at the Guam Police Department assisting with traffic this morning. So just be on the lookout and do watch your speed limit coming around Paseo in Hagåtña or getting around the Agana Shopping Center. We're looking at areas like the Superior Court of Guam. We got a little delay over on that side as well this morning. So again, folks, watch your speed limit. Allow some braking distance between yourselves and the vehicle in front of you. Try not to tailgate each other this morning, and we should all be able to have ourselves a safe Wednesday morning. It's a Real Deal traffic report right here on the Wave 105 FM. It's all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot and mobile gas stations.
Calling all engaged couples and event planners. Join Leo Palace Resort Guam for our first ever bridal and event expo, The Road to I Do, happening March 21st from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Zafiro Ballroom. Explore venue options, financial planning, bridal glam, formal wear, wellness, entertainment services, and more, all in one place. The Road to I Do at Leo Palace Resort Guam. Design your day, define your forever. Special thanks to Power 98, Wave 105, and Route 99.
Biba Mesh Tomorrow. Lent just got more exciting at Chili's. Savor the heat of their Denancy Kiss creations like the Denancy Grilled Salmon Pasta. Creamy, spicy, and oh so addicting. Or treat yourself to their Coconut Salmon Crema. Rich coconut cream sauce and savory mushrooms on a bed of Denancy mashed potatoes. A lineup of Chili staples with a local twist. Perfect for this Lenten season. Only at Chili's. Great food and local favorites happen here.
Put-ima usanya ifinut sa moro gigima. Hinasu ginini komisyon ifinut sa moro. Ekungok si Señora Rufina Mendiola. In entrevista a Señora Teresita Flores.
Apa na timan fifinut sa moro siya na ifamilia gigima pat gi komunidad.
Tutulo, don't tuafa, i-studente ko na may sapago. Magagasa na isang yunufin Englisi itauto ni Tito Moro lo gigima hafa na rason sa 20 ti mapresiso lo pago na go preciso siya kuturo sa man mamamay sin pago i familia po farmatura famagonia ma esta malalang o si keblinia po farmanapasi lo di bagas ti pontungo femenot sa Moro
Tia Trasasa Senior High.
Why be at the forefront of childhood cancer research? At St. Jude, we do it because every innovation we make is a moment we give to children with cancer everywhere. But we can't do it without you. Help St. Jude give children with cancer more moments. Moments that can last a lifetime. Learn more at stjude.org.
Are you or someone you love struggling with mental health or substance use and facing legal trouble? The Mental Health Court offers a second chance. Through treatment, support, and accountability, you can turn your life around. If you're ready to take that step, we are here to help you succeed. To learn more, visit guamcourts.gov. Mental Health Court. Hope, healing, a fresh start. This project was supported by grant number 15PBJA22GG03040MENT, awarded by the Bureau of Justice Assistance, a component of the Department of Justice's Office of Justice Programs. Points of view or opinions in the project are those of the authors and do not necessarily represent the official position or policies of the U.S. Department of Justice.
News, views, and everything Guam cares about. Wave 105.
8:17 in the morning. Thanks, Dice. Thanks, Dice, for pulling up all this music. Some of this stuff can really get you going. I know it's the same song over and over again, but it just has a vibe to it. So appreciate that. Fred Burdallo, the director of the Department of Corrections, joins us on the line this morning. Hey, Fred. Good morning. How you feeling?
Good morning. Good morning, Patty. Just a little bit better. Yep.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah. I hope you're okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was a little awkward, Fred.
Yeah.
The coughing is you clearly got the flu, right, or something like that. Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. It came down.
Well, this might be the most publicized, illness of a director in a long time because it made the cut during the DOC. During the DOC oversight hearing yesterday. Sean Gumatata was making it a point that you were not there, and then the governor's office sent out a news release saying don't hit a dog when he's down, and then he came out with a defense news release saying that you should have known that you should have been there. So what's the thing?
Well, the attention is really about what the real purpose of the oversight is, to hear what's happening with those three issues that they wanted to hear about, and that was the situation with the agreement with the marshals, that we currently have, that Major Uggan was tasked to do a brief on and look at the contraband. The warden did an excellent job in, detailing to the senators, what's the challenges of the contraband. And then, of course, the performance-based budgeting approach that, they want to know from DOC's perspective. And I talked to the staff, and I told them, a lot of them know the difference between zero-based budgeting and performance-based is that zero-based, you look what your expenditures, why you're expending it, the previous year, and budgeting on that. But performance-based is a little bit more complex because you have to now start looking at, with the budget you have, just what's expected, what's the expectations and the goals of the organization. We have a strategic plan that we've always had from the beginning when I took over in August 2023, and we're keying off on whether we can accomplish those goals of the Department of Corrections, more modernization of the facility, of a new prison, and also the training of your employees and make sure the employees will receive. You invest in your employees, and I just want to say I want to thank the leadership that was there. They knew that if I wasn't able to attend because I've been under the weather, that they took it there and carried it forward as expected, and the same thing too with the administration, with the governor, lieutenant governor supported me while I was under the weather, giving me time to recover and giving me a chance to take it slow as I start completing as much as I can, at the Department of Corrections with the things we still need to move on.
So are you saying that they accurately were able to do the testimony or perform the questions of the oversight even without you there? And so there shouldn't be a big deal that you weren't there?
Yeah, that's right. I'm just saying that, and that, a paramilitary organization like Department of Corrections, you're just almost like Guam Police and other law enforcement agencies. if the other oversight, if the chief Ignacio isn't there, the Colonel Joe Carlito does an excellent job, stepping forward, and the warden did an excellent job too, and Major Uggan has so much institutional knowledge about the finances, the impact of what a performance-based budgeting would have, in the department with the current budget, FY27 that we are going to be, the department's going to be confronted with, right? Mm-hmm. What can you expect with the fundings? Because as Senator Chris Barnett pointed out, if the legislature doesn't provide us the proper funding there, and they have the purse strings, then you can't expect the mandates of our department that we have, and the mandates that we have is to ensure that those convicted inmates have an opportunity for rehabilitation programs, the work credit. That's why Therese Chayama, also casework, social work, was very adamant about saying that, we increased the correction social workers, but it's still not enough if you don't just, if you now add on the challenges that now we have a pretrial population, that's a second mission that the Department of Corrections has to encounter, and if you talk about mandates, where's the mandate of the pretrial? Because I'll tell you this, is that I've done a lot of research, and certainly the mandate and the goal of Guam's prison correction system is rehabilitation. But when you give us another mandate too of pretrial, now you're getting into what is a process with the courts, with the judiciary. And I heard I heard Teresa actually chime in on the judiciary, and I sort of because I caught the end of it, that I heard that no, they don't tread lightly when you talk about judiciary. And I was puzzled by that. Why should we tread lightly when we talk about the judiciary? Although the judiciary is a third branch of government, they have skin in the game. Patty, the judges there in the court,
sure,
they have skin in the game, right?
Absolutely. I mean, we talk about why the prisons are overcrowded, and this pressure to detain or keep these guys into custody has everything to do with how judges are ruling. Yeah,
and it circles around to potential litigation that can always take place. Again, they talked about, the federal judiciary ordering the removal of the federal detainees. Or first of all, that's not accurate. The U.S. Marshals have control of those detainees, not the federal court. Well, there was discussion in the federal court about the conditions at the Hagana detention, but the option of moving people is a decision made by the U.S. Marshal Services that is not part of the federal judiciary. The U.S. Marshals is an executive branch under the President of the United States. So there's a little bit of, misinformation, about the control. And, because look, yesterday, actually, yesterday I had an opportunity to talk to Tanya Muña, the U.S. Marshals, and she just wants an update. And, of course, they gave the update during the hearing. We installed 3 additional aircons there, and we're working with GURA, for the HVAC. But, that facility, that detention facility in Nagana, Patti, is old. That was built way back in the 90s, right? And and you want to talk about a new prison, we have to start talking about, besides electronic monitoring, we have to talk about what is the plans for a new detention facility or expansion of detention facility space. I've been saying this, right? Sometimes it's falling on deaf ears among, some of those policymakers at the legislature.
Well, I mean, I know that the judiciary has planned for the possibility of this. I think it might have been Justice Torres's State of the Court's judiciary address, where they talked about the increase in that kind of detention facility, because as the military buildup grows and with a larger number of military service personnel actually being in the population, the incidence of crime certainly will go up. And there will have to be, aside from these, the brigs where they are on base, that some of these crimes may call for additional room, even if they're just breaking local laws. So
Justice Torres did, when we had a meeting with Justice Torres, besides talking about the misinformation about catch and release, their statistics show it's very, very low in terms of the pretrial, right? And there's a lot of and it's about really aggressive community supervision, like what Therese Tayama said, about probation and pretrial. And the same thing as our parole, too, because I challenged them, too, on parole violations, too. But the plans of the judiciary, one time, Patti, the judiciary invested, and Frank Zazaki shared this with me, former chief of police. He said they invested in the judiciary fund to build a crime lab, at the Guam Community College for the Guam Police Department. Patti, since when have you ever heard of the judiciary building something for a executive branch of government, local law enforcement, an actual, a facility? And so they recognize the importance of how that evidence must be safeguarded and analyzed and properly presented in court. So they invested that. Now, Judge Torres, when he was Chief Justice, he was open and we talked about the potential plans of the judiciary, right? And a lot of it is really about funding. If there was an opportunity, he indicated if there was an opportunity for funding, right? And this links to the military buildup again. They would certainly not object to all of a sudden in their master plans, including a potential detention facility, that could be, locally operated, of course. But at the same time, just to let you know, Patti, South Korea built a regional correction facility. It's military. Pearl Harbor has one. Guam doesn't have one. And this is part of the discussion among, our administration with, Congressman Molan and the feds, too, on their new NDA that's coming out, right? Because some JAG officers actually visited Hagana detention, and they were sort of assessing what could possibly be, a solution. Should they have a high-profile federal person, they don't want, if they're thinking that they don't want them over at the Hagana detention, but have them within a base or a combined federal military joint facility. Federal Bureau have one right there in Honolulu Airport for $350. I mean, those are the kind of conversations that are possibilities.
I was covering news in Hawaii when that structure was being built, and there were people. I mean, the public comment over having a detention facility, near the airport was something big, and it was precisely for the reason that the transport from planes that were landing carrying passengers that were federal detainees was, it was economical to be able to have a facility right by the airport. Could that be the case here, that somewhere in Tidzin that there is a facility that is behind this fence already?
Well, I would like to leave it with the Gov, because I have confidence the Gov, the Lieutenant Governor, they're very engaged with the Department of Defense and federal officials. I have confidence that when they see opportunities there, they're going to exploit that and it be for the benefit of Guam. And I believe the lawmakers on Guam, the current lawmakers, they're in positions of this, should focus their attention on that too. Because a Team Guam effort is the one that makes what is most successful. That evidence control facility that was built we actually opened up way back up there in Jigo. That thing was a discussion long time ago between Senator Palacios, Auntie Malin when she was Congresswoman, and Governor Calvo. And finally it got off the ground with the follow-up from Governor Liu and Chief Ignacio. So when it's a team effort, things can get accomplished. But if others, just try to put an anchor and pull things down, and delay the process, then we won't have those possibilities sometimes will disappear. Just like we need a new hospital, just like we need, besides Department of Corrections, a new prison and a new Simon Sanchez, because the public wants to look at that. They're looking at, actions speak louder than words and what we're doing.
I want to circle back just so I can get this part out of the way. I started off by saying that, Senator Sean Gumatau released a defense of him making I don't know what happened during that oversight hearing at DOC where there was an issue about you not being there. I just remember at the beginning of it, he did recognize that you were not there, but in his stead was Tayama and, of course, Mr. Uggan and all of the other members of the Department of Corrections. Tayama, he's writing in his release, actually told them on Friday afternoon that some of the personnel from other sections might be unprepared for the oversight hearing. And in his release, he said he advised her to address her concerns with DOC as soon as possible. They didn't receive a request from DOC or the acting director to postpone the hearing. Instead, on that morning of the hearing, they got a message that you'd called in sick. So is there any relation, because it sounds like he's trying to build a relation that's of relevance, that, you know, you guys weren't ready and then you call in sick. And then the governor clearly, had to intervene and say you can't hit a guy when he's down. So what?
Again, I was I want to again I express my thanks to the support from the administration, but I want to support my command staff. I know when they're ready. I mean, when we first got notice, and it's accurate. I confirmed I was going to attend. I didn't plan on getting sick. I didn't plan on falling ill. So that's not something that's planned, right? But I always have in mind, as I'm starting to feel under the weather, I want my people to be prepared, right? Sure. And there was more than enough so this release from the senator's office of my staff not being prepared, I think they did a great job in terms of answering the questions and providing what they can do. And that's actually what they're paid to do. They're earning their monies, because not every director could always, in the circumstances that I have of being under the weather can make it. And they proved and demonstrated. And I gave them kudos, and I thanked them for that, right? They were prepared, right? I mean, I gave them information on if they asked questions about the distinction between zero-based budgeting and performance-based budgeting. Look at what we have. And I'll just tell you this, the first executive request for the Department of Corrections was somewhere in the area of $45 million, right? And as we looked at the budget we're going to have for FY27, which is challenging, it's now at $36 million, right? So we have to be, the reality of them, and I prepared them for this. Look at what our current budget is. What can we do with about $36 million, right? And we have over 900, like the warden said, 916. Both, the majority, 500 of them are pretrial, right? What can we do with that? Because it's not about why we're expending. It's what are we going to do? What is it we're going to achieve, right? And there's not much that can be done if a lot of it is in personnel costs, right? But that doesn't mean we stop. That doesn't mean we go back for supplemental budgeting requests, right? And that also, generates the thinking. Maybe we got to rethink about this performance-based budgeting, like what Senator Barnett had indicated. You're shortchanging Department of Corrections, the lawmakers there, right?
Yeah, and some performance is hard to gauge. Yeah. A lot of performance is hard to gauge. You're dealing with a moving target, and those conditions can change with the number of people that are consuming the facility, and the level of crime and the numbers of crime. Yeah. You can't predict when and how. So I understand. I certainly get the comment.
And Patti, I was a grant researcher, right? So we do performance based when we do grant management, right? Because if we don't, we lose the grant, right? So that's as simple as it. They want to look at outcome-based budgeting, right? What is it that happened, and that you feel that particular outcome? That you do the deliverables in that, right? But it is challenging because it calls for a lot of documentation, and it calls for comparing what you planned and what your goals were, right? Were they SMART goals? Were they specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and timely, and stuff like that, right?
Right. And okay, so I think bottom line is I feel like, Senator Gumatata says that he doesn't feel like the explanation about this agreement with the marshals or with federal government to move the detainees out of the DOC facility had been addressed. So there's that. It sounds like that's still sort of hanging on, and there seems to be, and this is going to be moot in literally 2 weeks. Because that's when you're supposed to be leaving the office anyway, right? So this your assistance or your appearance at this DOC oversight, the last one they're having, is going to be moot because your replacement is going to have to deal with this from now on. So this interview is basically for you to explain or to defend yourself over whether or not you didn't go to this oversight hearing, because you weren't prepared. And you've answered that. So there's that. What you're going to have to also be dealing with is some of the fallout from that. Some of the comments that were made by the warden, Mr. Borja, about you guys are overwhelmed and probably outmanned, by contraband and by these issues that are happening inside the prison. That one of these days the natives are going to be running the show, right? So what's the danger
and that's why
of that?
I think one of the things that I think Major Lazama pointed out, it didn't get discussed in depth, but the Department of Administration is working with us to open on. This is going to be a public announcement for the opening of the Corrections Officer 1 and the Detention Facility Guard openings, which hasn't happened, in a while, to open up detention facility guards, right? So 2 opportunities for people to apply for the Department of Corrections. And here's my recruiting pitch, right? That they both have the same pay. The starting pay for both a Correction Officer 1, Detention Facility Guard, have both the same starting pay. The difference is the Detention Facility Guard position doesn't require a written examination. The Corrections Officer 1 requires a written examination. So here it is that, like what Major Uggan had indicated, a lot of individuals may be failing. They might fail by 2 points, 10 points, 7 points, right? If they apply for the detention facility guard, their chances is still good to possibly get into the Department of Corrections and fill the ranks of security personnel that we need, present at that detention facility down in Agana and then the domes.
Are there any ICE detainees currently within any of the DOC facilities?
I believe so. Yeah, I believe from what I was informed, after we have, now that we have the 3 air cons installed and we're working the HVAC, we have some ICE detainees, I believe, on the federal side.
Do you know who they are?
I don't have the specifics of that right now.
Is that public information?
The feds just want us to make sure, but that we go through them. That's just part of the courtesy, because they're paying for their housing there, right? How many
detainees do you have currently there?
I don't have any specifics, but I know last thing that I heard was about maybe 11 or 12 or something like that. ICE detainees or something like that.
Yeah. I'm trying to get to the bottom of a hearing that happened with Public Health. Parks and Rec yesterday, where they were trying to press the Holiday Resort that had some sort of agreement from the very beginning on the original owners that they were going to maintain Matapang Park, and that has fallen into disarray. We understand what the issue is, but they couldn't get to the Holiday Resort to find out, if they've been neglectful in doing that, or this whole agreement is no longer honored because the owners of the hotel had been taken into custody by ICE.
Oh shit!
Yeah, so that puts in a big story. I know the names of the owners. I've actually forwarded on to somebody. I'm just wondering whether or not they are currently in that. Being held in that facility. I imagine we could find that out. But other than that, there's not going to be any time for you to deal with Bill 191. That's about the unauthorized drones over the prison. But I do want to know, because clearly your time is up. You're going to be, I'm sure, announcing your resignation at the end of the month. Is there so much that you have? Fred, this is not your first time running for senator. So, we've been in law enforcement. Clearly, Department of Corrections has been always a big deal. What are you bringing to the table for DPS? For DPS, geez, where'd that come from? From GPD that currently the oversight at the legislature is not doing.
Yeah. Well, I think that when we look at the role of the Guam legislature, the oversight chair, and especially when you sit in public safety emergency management, you want to ensure that whatever the information, and whatever the understanding what the agencies, what their roles are, and what their missions are, and sort of understanding that if you all of a sudden have some policy, that might affect their missions, or affect the operations, their operations plans, that can have an effect on them. You don't want to do that, and that's why they have to have some sense of understanding. What do they deal with from the ground level, right? Now, so I think you've indicated, Patti. I've been a patrol officer, so I know what it feels to be in the ground level. I've been a corrections officer in the military and worked at correctional facilities. I know what a correctional system is, right? And I know what the role of the Attorney General, the Chief Law Enforcement Officer, Chief Legal Officer. If you have those roles and balance to include the judiciary, then progress, of course, can be made. And as a policymaker, you can sort of like have a win-win situation on some of the challenges that we face on the island. In terms of the crime, which is complex, right? Because you need presence, right? And you need recruitment. We're not the only agency suffering sometimes from recruitment, but the Guam Police, right, and the other law enforcement agencies. What we've done, and I think with the support of the administration, is a reserve and what we call volunteers in policing, but volunteers in corrections. And it was our corrections reserve that helped us a lot because that saves a lot of money. And plus, we're priming them for a full-time job. Some of our corrections reserve officers have actually transferred to be a corrections officer. Some of them are interested in the detention facility position when it opens up. And to me, that gives opportunities for a lot of members. There are a lot of people out there. Recruiting isn't just like what we did. I mean, we did a community outreach at the Tamuning Community Center, right, for the Micronesian community. But it isn't just that. It's actually constantly reaching out to the public and saying that there are people out there who do want to serve, and they're stepping up to the plate. We have 8 people who are going to report to us within about a week or 2 weeks. Corrections officer when that detention facility officer opening opens up also together with the corrections officer. I believe where corrections is going to have opportunities to have detention facility guards, and it'll be a quicker, faster process because it isn't 9 months or 8 months of an apprenticeship. It's only going to be in 8 weeks. My training for corrections officer in the Marines was a 4-week training, and then I was sent out to the nearest correctional facility. It will be faster, quicker, and I think that's it is the sense of urgency has to be there. Now the lawmakers don't get it because they're not connected with this. They're not engaged with this, and they're disconnected and understanding the issues there. Then of course we get what we deserve as a public. And that's why I said when the election comes, I think there'll be, the electorate are going to look at just look at the candidates again, look at the lawmakers and see what because everyone's going to tout public safety, vote for me, public safety,
Well,
that
I mean, and that would be like, I imagine that'll be part of your campaign because that's exactly what you would be running on is vote for you because your expertise in public safety. Well, looking forward to the campaign, Fred. Congratulations on the decision to run. That I hope that DOC is going to, continue to thrive and that master plan to build a facility. And the plans for the federal government to have to cough up some of the expense for a federal detention facility in this region, because it sounds like with now we've got situations that are happening within the FSM that would require there being something nearby. So good luck to you, Fred. Your classmate James was just on the line waiting from Crime Stopper, so I'm going to take his call next. I appreciate your time, Fred. Take good care, and I hope you feel better.
Okay, thank you.
It's my pleasure. 8:45 now. Quick break here. We'll be right back.
BS News Brief. A social media post from the U.S. Energy Secretary said the Navy escorted an oil tanker through the Strait of Hormuz. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says,
I know the post was taken down pretty quickly, and I can confirm that the U.S. Navy has not escorted a tanker or a vessel at this time.
No progress on ending the partial government shutdown that's impacting airport TSA checkpoint wait times. Democrats demand changes at the Department of Homeland Security before supporting funding. House Speaker Mike Johnson lays blame.
If you missed a wedding or a funeral, you're worried about missing your flight for spring break this week, you have Democrats to blame. The Republicans have done our job.
The U.S. consulate in Toronto was hit by gunfire this morning. No injuries and no suspects. Royal Canadian Mounted Police Superintendent Chris Leather.
For the moment, while the early stages of the investigation are taking place, we have increased security around embassies and consulate buildings here in Toronto and in the Ottawa region.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
Calling all engaged couples and event planners. Join Leo Palace Resort Guam for our first ever bridal and event expo, The Road to I Do. Happening March 21st from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Zafiro Ballroom. Explore venue options, financial planning, bridal glam, formal wear, wellness, entertainment services, and more, all in one place. The Road to I Do at Leo Palace Resort Guam. Design your day, define your forever. Special thanks to Power 98, Wave 105, and Route 99.
Craving Chili's? Let's make life easy. Grab their signature wings, crispy, saucy, and comes with a special treat. Or pick up a Chili's bundle promo, packed with all the Chili's faves. Order exclusively via good-to-go delivery or takeout. At Chili's, great food and value happen here.
Are you or someone you love struggling with mental health or substance use and facing legal trouble? The Mental Health Court offers a second chance. Through treatment, support, and accountability, you can turn your life around. If you're ready to take that step, we are here to help you succeed. To learn more, visit guamcourts.gov. Mental Health Court. Hope, healing, a fresh start. This project was supported by grant number 15PBJA22GG03040MENT, awarded by the Bureau of Justice Assistance, a component of the Department of Justice's Office of Justice Programs. Points of view or opinions in the project are those of the authors and do not necessarily represent the official position or policies of the U.S. Department of Justice.
Why be at the forefront of childhood cancer research? At St. Jude, we do it because every innovation we make is a moment we give to children with cancer everywhere. But we can't do it without you. Help St. Jude give children with cancer more moments. Moments that can last a lifetime. Learn more at stjude.org.
Tia Josasaw, Sinyaha.
Ekongo puritinigi. Hinasu ginini komisyon ifinut sa moro. Ekongo si Señora Teresita C. Flores. In entrevista a Señora Rufina Mendiola.
Besafa estão niya ifinut sa moro ki komunidad.
Sa paghapan na rason, nagtinahong material para maaatan ni tao siya ni publiko na estigit finut sa moro matutugi tayo wili na gaseta pa ako. Man manggi gaseta gwihuji komunidad ni matugi gifinut sa moro. Ano mano pa optulugasiya to mano magi simnya hotel maaagan undi gaseta siya. Tamas i komunidad uspian penyo. So matsonik mas ifinanagi so masupport finut sa moro.
Tia Josasaw, Sinyaha.
More than radio, it's Guam's group chat, Wave 105. Join the conversation. Glimpses Media.
Now, let's see. What time is it? 8:50 in the morning. Welcome to the program, and thanks a lot. Talking to Fred Burdell and trying to have him explain some of. He hasn't explained much as much as he has to defend himself, because I think that Senator Sean Gamatata definitely came for him, sort of producing the idea that he's a short timer. And I was reading his release, so that he's a short timer. His resignation will be delivered, or at least become like March 31st is his last day of work.
And these are big issues that are still facing the Department of Corrections. And there are issues that are coming from within that talk about his performance specifically. And so that does bring a level of, did he not show up because he wasn't, because he's not interested anymore, that he's just going to, live out these final weeks before he actually gets out of there and becomes somebody else's problem. And in cases like this, I mean, it doesn't serve the public, but in cases like this, that you can see that when you've got 1 foot in and 1 foot out, there's no sense in going through the exercise of drama and headache if you can all avoid it. If you're on your last 2 weeks of employment, you're going to want to just do your time and get the heck out. What you don't want is a lasting signature event, which you can see in politics can turn to be this way. A lasting signature event like an oversight hearing, where a person who's running a very difficult as in, bleeding money and bleeding blood because of the things that have been happening inside the prison with the overcrowding, the fact that we don't yet have a facility, what kind of money is being spent, how is what is the relationship and the collab you're having with the federal government over these detainees, because the place is, as it was run by DOC, has been dilapidated and not fit for federal detainees. All of the bad things that have happened to the DOC, which are chronic for years, is going to fall on Fred as he's making his way out and running for one of those seats in the legislature, to include Senator Sean Gumatautos. I'm not saying that's happening. I'm just saying the reality of the situation for someone who is going to be, in the next several months campaigning on the successes of his law enforcement experience, is going to go up publicly in front of an evaluation of his performance, and where that's going, to show how he is not worthy of not only being in the DOC to run the place, he's not worthy to be a senator. Check mark. And so would I sit in that? I'd think twice if I know I'm going to be walking into, a hearing that's going to base my performance of the past couple of years on my run for the next office. I'd be very cautious, or I'd be very clear, and maybe he couldn't. Maybe he just didn't want to get involved. I mean, just like, why do I want to do that? I'll send the people that are there. I'll send the people who will actually know all of this information. And he feels very satisfied. And of course he's going to say that. He feels absolutely satisfied that his staff was able to get in there and answer all of these questions. Here's the thing about when you having that come to Jesus moment, or when you're going to be questioned over your performance and it kind of feels like an evaluation. And sometimes I get that when I'm asking on a controversial topic, when I'm trying to get somebody to get on the air. The first answer I'm going to get, usually if it's a very controversial issue, is that they want to wait and see how things go. That they don't know if they can answer all of the questions that I might ask about some deeply, protected information or defense that they plan to bring out when things get really hot. I don't know, or when they really come up for some kind of hearing. And I get it. You're not going to waste your time talking to the public, sort of cataloging and listing all of your deficiencies for everybody to judge. Because nobody wants to be put in a position where they have to answer for, accusations of neglect, which is what, Fred Berdallo is under. But I'm just gonna say, first of all, I'm on the air. Do you know my job? Whoever's calling me. The other part of that is that when I get that answer, I usually will say to this subject that I'm trying to entertain, you will know all the answers. And the reason you're going to know all the answers is because you're running the program, or you're running the agency, or this is your thing. So you're going to know all of the answers to my questions. I'm not going to ask you something that you won't know. This is the reason why I'm interviewing you. I don't know it. And you're the guy, so why would you be afraid? And sometimes it's not even that serious. Some people are just intimidated about it. I get it. But you got to answer these questions, and you have to be in a position, if you are running a department, to always have the answers. always, because everything is happening under your watch. And I think that's what Senator Sean Gamatata was trying to point out, right? You're going to have to come here and answer questions, and we need you. You've been subpoenaed. And if you catch a cold, that's not the excuse not to show up. Maybe so, depending on the severity of his condition, which was, I guess, the flu. He felt it coming on over the weekend, and then Monday morning he called in sick. But hey, and for maybe part of it was like, I'm not going up against these guys. I mean, I'm going to be in a month's time, I'll be putting up my signs. I'm just not going to herald myself as the best law enforcer that's come down the pike. Please vote for me, while I've just been berated by the legislature that's got oversight of my agency. All completely understood. Whether we like it or not has nothing to do with it at this point, because DOC said what they said, and they're going to have a new guy in there, and this exercise over the performance-based budget might be the champion against it for a place like DOC would be the likes of Darrell Barnett. I guess we'll see where that will all happen. But I'm not completely surprised that anything that anybody said. These oversight hearings are made primarily for this kind of stuff. And in an election year, when you are going up for oversight, it's got to do a purpose. Clearly, you're trying to figure out what you need, what you don't need, how you've neglected what you have needed and have had money there, or been working toward what you needed but you never had money. And what is this all going to, how is this all going to be translated into your budget? Some programs are working, some programs aren't working. And in public safety or law enforcement, trying to gauge performance is very difficult. And as we were talking with DOC, they're a moving target when it comes to what is needed. Of course, operational costs are there. Operational costs are operational costs. But the population changes. If the population goes down and we don't have people, coming up there to DOC and committing crimes and being sentenced to prison there, then, hey, maybe, in a perfect world, we'd not have as many prisoners as we'd like not to have, maybe zero. But that's never going to happen, because they're always going to be in business, because there's always going to be crime. So you have to be prepared for the worst possible scenario. And in between the courts and the Attorney General's office, the worst possible scenario has taken place. So they're a moving target when it comes to defending their operation, when it's the population is fluid. They're coming in and they're going out, but they're mostly coming in. And so when you get public DOC officials saying things like, we're outmanned by these people that are inside the prison, or the forces that are outside trying to get to people who are in the prison, we have a shortage. I don't know what the ratio, there was an actual ratio. I don't know what the number is, but the ratio of defenders to offenders is pretty uneven, and it's in the advantage of the offenders, that there are more of the bad guys coming in than there are the good guys trying to keep them out. And I mean coming in as in trying to permeate, try to get in to, deliver contraband and, escape, and all of these other problems that they have that are outside. I don't know if they budget for the possibility. Like, based on our past operating year, we probably, estimate that we will have 4 escapees. I mean, who has that number? So the PBB, I see where it does work. For DOE, absolutely. They've been impressing the daylights, not only out of the auditor, public auditor, but they've impressed the legislature, specifically the guy in charge of OMB, and that would be Chris Duenas, or OFB. Listen, I know we got to get into the CBS News. Things are popping off all over the place out there, so we'll do that right now and come back with you later after the headlines. It's 9 o'clock, KGUM-FM and Daddy Do Guam.
CBS News Brief. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the U.S. has not yet escorted any oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz, contrary to a since-deleted tweet from Energy Secretary Chris Wright. But she says the U.S. Navy stands ready to do so if necessary. Traffic in the strait is down about 90%, and gas prices are still on the rise. In Raleigh, North Carolina,
as it is with the food, gas looks like it's going to be the same way real soon. So, a little stressful.
a special election is being held in Georgia's 14th congressional district to replace Marjorie Taylor Greene in Congress. There are 17 candidates. Sean Harris is one of the Democrats.
I'm confident that tonight in this exact room, we're going to announce that we just won this race completely out.
Republican Clay Fuller is endorsed by President Trump. Someone fired shots at the U.S. consulate in Toronto this morning. No suspect in custody. Toronto Deputy Police Chief Frank Barreto.
There were people inside the building. However, this building is highly secure, highly fortified, and there were no injuries.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Financial fraud is no longer rare. It's becoming routine. I'm Stephen Cates with the Bankrate Personal Finance Minute. A recent Bankrate survey finds that 40% of U.S. adults were victim to some type of financial fraud or scam in just the last 12 months. Even more striking, 73% say that they've been targeted or victimized by a scam at some point in their lives. These schemes take many forms, from phishing emails and fake text messages to imposters posing as banks, government agencies, or even loved ones. Technology is making scams more sophisticated, and criminals are getting better at creating urgency. The financial impact can be significant, but the emotional toll is far larger. Many victims report feelings of embarrassment or shame, which can make them hesitant to report what happened. To protect yourself, regularly monitor your accounts for unusual activity. Be skeptical of unsolicited calls or messages asking for personal information. Often, it isn't the security features that fail us, it's our own poor judgment. If something feels off, it probably is. Slow down and verify before you act. For more on protecting your money, check out Bankrate. I'm Stephen Cates.
The CEO of a major AI company spends up to 40% of his time on company culture because it's the only thing that will win the AI race. I'm Jeff Colvin of Fortune magazine with the Fortune Business Update. The CEO is Dario Amodei and the company is Anthropic. As the company has expanded, it has become nearly impossible for him to weigh in on every technical and product decision, he says. So rather than dig into the fine details, he has tried to focus on the bigger picture, making sure his employees like working for the company, that the company's mission and values are clear, and that all workers are working toward the same missions instead of against one another, as he says happens at other unnamed AI companies. Amodei is doing something right. Anthropic is barely 5 years old, yet it has 2,500 employees, and it's valued at $380 billion. I'm Jeff Colvin.
More than radio, it's Guam's group chat, Wave 105. Join the conversation. Glimpses Media.
G-U-A-M, island in the sun. From Jigo to Molessi, this land is all that we know.
Celebrate Mes Chamorro with us on Power 98 and the Guam Guide. We invite you to show your island pride in the Mes Chamorro Landmark Photo Challenge. From the Laddystone Park to Two Lovers Point, from the Inalaham Pools to the Malesu Bell Tower, we want to see you at your favorite Guam landmark. It's simple. Take a photo, upload your picture, and tag us on Instagram. The photo with the most likes wins. Special thanks to Vince Jewelers, Tony Roma's Local Jerk, and Fisheye Marine Park Guam. See the GuamGuide.com/Mes Chamorro contest for all your official rules and regulations. Viva Mes Chamorro!
First impressions start with a smile. Call the FHP Dental Clinic for quality dental care. Need a cleaning? Maybe a filling or another dental procedure? When you smile, everyone around you smiles. Now accepting new patients. Call 671-646-5825 extension 8562 for appointments. Most insurance plans accepted, including Take Care and GovGuam self-funded. Self-pay patients welcome. FHP Dental Clinic. Our island's your clinic.
Calling all engaged couples and event planners. Join Leo Palace Resort Guam for our first ever bridal and event expo, The Road to I Do. Happening March 21st from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Zafiro Ballroom. Explore venue options, financial planning, bridal glam, formal wear, wellness, entertainment services, and more, all in one place. The Road to I Do at Leo Palace Resort Guam. Design your day, define your forever. Special thanks to Power 98, Wave 105, and Route 99.
Ekongo puritinigi. Hinasu ginini komisyon ifinut sa moro. Ekongo si Señora Teresita C. Flores. In entrevista a Señora Rufina Mendiola.
Besafa estado niya ifinut sa moro di komunidad.
Sa paghapan na rason, nagtinahong material para maaatan ni tao siya ni publiko na estimate finut sa moro matutugi tayo na gaseta pa. Man manggi gaseta gwihuji komunidad ni matugi gifinut sa moro. Ano mano pa lugar siya, so malumagi simnya hotel maaagan, undi gaseta siya. Tamas komunidad uspian penyo, so matsonik mas ifinanagi so masupport finut sa moro.
From Jigo to Malesso, if Guam's talking about it, you'll hear it on Wave 105.
It's now 9:07. I had a couple of questions because this is like stuff that's like out of my age group. What happened to Rihanna? What's the big thing that somebody shot at her or her house? All I see is blessing. I mean, safety for prayers for Rihanna. I was like, and then I saw another story that said they found a suspect or something.
10 shots to her house.
Dang.
5 went through her gate. She was in the house. Her husband and her kids were not in her home. It was in Beverly Hills.
Dang.
Yes, it was crazy.
Fired 5 shots into her house?
10 shots. 5 actually struck her fence. 1 went through, I think it was her front door or something.
Oh, dang.
But she was actually inside of her house.
Oh, dang.
Yeah.
And she wasn't hurt, though. That's good.
No.
Yeah. I don't know. I like her.
I love her. Gotta love her.
Like, I have her lipstick in my purse. The Fenty stuff. Yeah, she created that entire line of cosmetics and beauty products for the skin that is of color, right? Yeah. It's like for complexions like yours and mine that we can't find in the mainstream.
I'm good with the makeup, but thank you. I won't be purchasing any, but maybe for but nonetheless, yes. So she's good. I think it was $10 million that they're holding them on. So
yeah,
so they got attempted murder for the female. So
yeah. They did get somebody, but the latest story that I just saw that's why I'm asking you is because it came over
AR-15.
Hello.
Yeah.
Dude, they were trying to do some damage.
Yeah, she definitely.
Were they looking? Were they looking to shoot her or him? Because isn't he a little more controversial than she is?
We've yet to hear from either her or A$AP Rocky to see what's really going on. But yeah, we're glad she's okay.
Yeah.
Thank God.
So it's just said that their evidence that they've ever been able to secure was that I look for it. I got it in my fancy pop culture folder. Rihanna shooting suspect reportedly made the video of shooting up her place. Yeah, and that I'm just asking. I'm just asking because it just keeps popping up that something happened to her, and my pop culture trappings are much to be desired, but I do certainly try to keep up as much as we possibly can. 10 minutes after 9. Okay, I'm trying to engage with her. Okay. I'm trying to track down and this story. And sorry, I'm actually talking to Angel Sablon at the moment, but that came out of the public hearing. I got to go back and listen to that one because I'd even forgotten that happened. I was so embroiled in the conversation over management audits at DOC. I mean, yeah, DOC. I mean with DOA. I know, sexy. Really, I'm so versed. Having to sit through that. Trust me, I didn't sit through all 4.5 hours. Nobody got that kind of time. But I did sit through parts of it. I had to fast forward on some things, then lines of questioning that sounded a little bit redundant. But everybody had made a say, and I wanted to hear what everybody had to say. So Paulie, in his perspectives this morning, was talking about how Parks and Recs were talking about just a gamut of things on the agenda, but one was about Matopping Beach Park and securing that area because it's a sinkhole, which I don't think anybody was surprised to know that was a sinkhole. But, when it floods over there, it's impassable. And there's that problem. The parking, of course, to Matopping is shared with the hotel. And apparently the Holiday Resort had an agreement that they were going to, use the park's parking. They can't mark it off and say only for Holiday Inn parking. They can't do that at all, but because it's public parking for the most part. But the agreement that seems to have nobody was really paying attention to it because now certain terms of the agreement are not being honored. So I think that they were trying to work out, how to get to the ownership or how to get to the hotel and ask them, hey, whatever happened to this agreement? Do you guys still honor it? Is there an agreement still? Was it passed down from owner to owner? Because as I'm understanding, that there have been, it's gone through ownership several times, multiple times. And so the latest owner, has tried to meet. He said he sat in his office for over an hour and the owner never came out. Warren, okay. Overcame, and he's just found out that the owner was arrested by ICE. They then moved on after Senator Lai asked to put that all in a letter and send to the legislature. Okay, so we had to do a little sleuthing of our own, and there is public information that has named 2 owners since the year. Let me go back to it. Since the year 2000, and the latest report, annual report, that for Holiday Resort was received on August 14th of 2005. And the 2 members that are listed as principals in this business are Hee K. Cho and Min S. Cho. And they list their addresses in 2 different places. The principal office is the hotel site, which is on Polysampatoris Drive, but they have another business address on South Marine Corps Drive. So if they are in, and this was as late as the last correspondence with the government was on August 14th, where Miss Cho signed, the annual report for filing to Revenue and Taxation. So they're the last known owners, and that hasn't been updated at all since the 25th, since 2025. So I guess I wanted to find out, and it sounds like I'm not going to get a simple answer because there are detainees that are housed from ICE arrests. That 11, he said. Fred Berdalia says there might be as many as 11 currently there in the federal detention center in Agana. And so I was asking, is that a matter? Can I get names of the people? And he said they usually, they tend to want to go through Homeland Security, like U.S. Homeland Security, the ICE, Immigration Customs Enforcement on Guam, to get the names of those who have been. But so far, ICE agents on Guam have secured, I don't know how many. I don't know if that represents the number of arrests that they've made, but the number of detainees is up to 11. So there you go. We are at March 11th now, And that puts us basically 12 days. No, even maybe 11 days into 11 days into the latest furlough for Department of Homeland Security. I heard from a TSA agent on the mainland who said, yeah, I'm supposed to get paid this coming Friday. And the last time I got paid 2 weeks ago, it was a portion before they furloughed me. But I'm in some deep caca right now because I'm not getting paid. And I have balances, on debt that I need to secure every month. And now I'm into the second time, of a paycheck, if it even comes in. Even if they met tomorrow, I think they're supposed to, or today, even if they were to do something, likely not to get paid on Friday. I'm kind of going with it's going to be a tough one. Dee Cruz would know better than I do. She's on the line. Hey there. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. We're on day 26, Patti.
This furlough? No, wasn't it? Oh, sorry. You know what? I'm sorry. I was mixing it up with the Iran war, which seems to be just as important. I apologize.
Yes, that is just as important. We are you're right about the war on Iran.
Yeah.
That number is correct, but 26.
Okay. 26. Now you're down. Now you're down 1.5 full paychecks.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you're right. The Senate met. The House didn't meet. Didn't come up, but apparently there's supposed to be some talks. We're just waiting, But I'll tell you what. This is the third furlough, and I can't talk about stuff for work or whatnot, but I can talk about personal experiences and whatnots. And a couple of folks that were not furloughed last time they actually had to work are now furloughed on this one, and it is tough. It was a really shock and rude awakening for them in first furlough, and it's pretty. They went through. They are now going through what I went through on the 43 days of furlough back in October. Remember when I was talking to you and I was telling you, I had my ups and downs. There was a time where I had pretty bad depression and I got pretty sick. And now they're feeling the effects of it now. But, talking to them and reassuring them that, it's out of our control. It's out of our hands. There's nothing we can do, but, make the best of the time that we're not working. So I see it. What I was telling my coworkers was, I said, just think of it like this. You've got Monday through Friday to do everything that you normally do on a Saturday and Sunday. And that gives you more time with your kids on Saturday, on Saturday and Sunday when your kids aren't at school anymore. And you just have to think of it more positive, like a blessing in disguise kind of ordeal. Right now, I was telling you earlier, I'm watching my daughter's contractors paint, and I'm literally I'm like the contractor watcher right now, trying to ensure. And then it's so funny because I clean up, even though they're working on stuff right now, they're done with the bathroom. Next thing you know, they're installing a window in the laundry room. So I'm cleaning up as they go along, and my contractor, Mr. Tang, is like, no, I got this. I'm like, no, trust me, I need to do something. Let me just let me clean up as we go along. But we had one of the bathrooms in the back that used to be Pop's old room, my grandfather's old room in the back. We had a drain that never drained. It was a floor drain. And, I asked Barrett to come out and take a look at it, and they quoted me on this price. And yesterday I just ChatGPT'd it, and me and ChatGPT unclogged that drain. It was the most, I won the homecoming, I won the homecoming touchdown and was the homecoming queen, and then did the whole parade, because afterwards I called Chanel and you'll never guess what I did. And she was like, what? What happened? And I was like, Pop's drain. And she goes, that up. And I go, I'm not kidding you. And
my God.
I took pictures of it and sent it to her, and she's like,
Mom,
what did you do? And
what did
yeah,
you do? Oh,
yeah.
shoot.
But hey, man, I'm sorry, Jessica Barrett. I don't need to call you back here. But if she's looking for somebody to unclog, some stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I'm down for that,
Yeah, hey, Jessica has just made the third. I think it's the third class of the most influential women on Guam, and she much to be celebrated. I interviewed her last week, and she's just a really pleasant lady, and
she's lovely.
Yeah, she is. There are a number of places that do this stuff, like sewer work or drainage work, and those are always
Bee Tree. That's another place you can call.
Yeah, you can. You know what? The other one, Luhan's. They have a system. They actually have the same. Yeah, Luhan's.
I thought they were towing.
No, they also do that. They also
do that.
Devil.
Look at them, multitaskers.
No, they actually have a. Oh gosh, I have their number. Anyway, they do is they will come in and clean up your, what do you call it? Your sewer. I mean, your cesspool.
Your septic tank.
Septic tank. That's the word I'm looking for. Yeah.
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 Wow. That's cool.
Yeah, they're really friendly guys too. I like not hanging out with them because it's usually cost me a few $100s whenever I hang out with them. But they're actually good. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
John Lujan. John Lujan is the guy that I've worked with. So go check him out.
Okay. Well, I'm now dabbling on some roof repairs right now. The mayors are always really good. If you need any type of handiwork or something, the mayors are always good to call because they have so many references, and a lot of their constituents are, either construction handyman workers or roof personnel. Mayor Royal messaged me yesterday because I put it in the community chat group. If you're not on it, if you're not in your village's chat group, that's the best place in Google.
I'll tell you, he's even better than that. Who? Your brother Mark. Your brother Mark. I called it. So somebody neglected to hear the backup signal on the cameras that showed Cerise's car behind theirs in the garage and slammed right into it. So I need an auto. Yeah. So I need an auto body guy. And then I was noticing in my travels around Guam the other day that check out how this happens. One half of my air conditioning system, the driver's side, is typically 4 vents, right? 2 in the middle and then 2 on the door, at the end of the dashboard. They're typically, at least in my, that's not typical, Tony, but it's 2 big ones and then 2 side ones. And the the one half of the car is blowing hot air. How in the heck does that happen? The middle one and the left one on the door are blowing hot air, but it's coming out cool on the right side. So I call your brother because I know he knows a guy. And he sent me down to Anthony's. So that's where I'm going after work. I love them too.
Anthony's is also good.
They're really good.
Frank and Joe's across the street are also good because if Anthony's busy, which they normally are, you can go behind 76. There's Frank and Joe's. They do. They also do safety inspections real quick. You just drive up.
Frank and
do
Joe's
the safety inspection. Yeah, and then they input it digitally. So all you have to do is just leave there and go straight to DMV, and then
I'm talking about the guys right outside the fence. Here is Emmanuel, right across from Revendax. The guy's literally 10, 15 yards away from our gate. There's a guy, I think he's a Korean guy or Chinese guy. You pull up, you have to honk the horn. Don't try to knock on the door. You honk the horn. He comes out. No words are said. You give him the registration. He makes you start the car. He makes you tap on the brakes. It's, it's
really,
it makes you use your hand signals. All of that stuff kicks the tires a bit, and literally 15 minutes later, you're walking away with a safety inspection. So, and not a word is said. Nothing in English. Do you know what I'm talking about? You've been there, right?
Oh yeah,
I love
I've
this
gone there,
guy.
but
I've been
thought
doing
they
twice.
hand you a piece of paper and then you go across street.
No, yeah, well, I mean, what he does is typically if you're getting it's for a safety inspection.
Yeah.
Every credible or certified they have access to the computer system at Riven Tax, so they just
Now-
enter the information into,
Right.
and then it automatically shows up. I don't register
So-
my car. I mean, I register mine online. It's
Yeah.
so much easier.
Yeah. Chanel does that too. But did you know that when you buy a new car, you don't have to do a safety inspection? I think it's
3
2
years.
years.
3 years.
Is it 3?
Yeah.
Oh my
Or-
gosh.
okay, maybe 2.
Okay.
I don't know. 2 or 3 years. I know that there's a. Do you know this? Okay, Dice is like shaking her head. Talk to me, woman. It's like 2 or.
What
is it
is
2
it?
years?
3 years.
3 years. Okay, I was right.
3. Thank you, Dice. 3
Yeah,
years.
so that's for a brand new
but
car.
I'm not buying a new car just to skip the safety inspection. That's a $40,000. That's a $40,000 tag.
Yeah, that's a 40. Well, you know, even now I was reading a report about car payments, and that I don't know what people pay for cars, but it's up to over $500 now. Is it? Is that about right?
That's about right.
Oh, dang.
That's
a power bill for some. That's my power bill.
And what your APR is, because if you have a really good APR, like I had with Penn Fed,
yeah,
because remember I just paid off my during this furlough, I paid off my truck. It was my last, thank goodness.
Yeah.
But yeah, Penn Fed had a really good APR, but if you really go to like any one of these other banks and stuff. Speaking of banks, you know how you were saying that we're not getting paid this Friday?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You owe money to the bank already. It's time for
I
the
owe
statement.
money to this one bank that I'm trying to get out of because they don't care if you are on furloughed, if you're homeless or whatever. They will hound you for that freaking payment. I'll tell you.
Well, time to get out of that bank. It sounds like.
Man, can I just? Jesus is telling me not today, Satan. Don't do it, D. Don't do it.
Yeah. Okay.
I can't name the bank. I can. I'll tell
Well,
you.
is it the same bank as you dealt with last time?
Yes.
Okay.
They don't give a crap of what kind of they don't care if you're bleeding or if you just got
that's too bad.
Some sort of illness. The other banks, they were really love them.
I think that when you're a good customer of a financial institution and you have always shown that you are ahead or on time or you've gotten, I think that even if you don't, I know that banks will try to work with you because when you are and a mass number of people are suffering by paying their bills, they don't want to write you off. I mean, it's not good on their books that they know that. So they're going to just give us something so we could keep you on the rolls.
I've been with this bank and I haven't closed this account since I gave them 10 cents when I was going to Adelup. You know, when Adelup was an elementary, that's how long I've been with this bank, but they don't care. Yeah, I know.
Well, I noticed that you didn't say credit union, so there's that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
If I say something,
you better stop.
I'm telling you right now, Mary Magdalene and Jesus and the 12 disciples are now telling me, don't do it. Don't
well,
say what
I think that I think that at times like this, financial institutions to the point, financial institutions must work with their clients. If they are on the edge and ready to fall over, that might just be the nail in the coffin. But if you are, a customer that they've had for many, many years and the asset is a pretty high one, like a mortgage or something, right?
Yeah.
They want to make sure that you're going to keep up with that because first of all, they got to sell that off, repossess it, or they have to go and foreclose. And then, writing this stuff off never looks good on their books, right? So
exactly.
I think that and so the only time you know whether or not you are in the right place, that your financial transactions or the documentation to support the interest rate and all of the loan documents are great. It was a good bank. When the chips are down and you are suffering and they're not helping you, there are there for every one of those. There's about 5 others that are standing in line wanting your money, wanting that interest from you.
I'm telling you right now, they should change their singing commercials to be like, we're whatever bank, but once you get furloughed or something happens in your family, don't come knocking on our door because we want our money.
That's too
We
bad.
want you to pay the loan.
Well, I'm
anyway.
sorry to hear that.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It is. Oh, it's bottom of the hour, and we're about to go to some traffic. But, hey,
Okay.
I'll call you this week, but if you want to take me out to lunch, maybe next week looks good. Probably I'll still be furloughed.
Oh, okay. Well, I am having lunch on tomorrow with a really good friend. If you want to meet her, just let me know.
Oh,
maybe I can't take you because I'm taking her to the Hyatt. That's too expensive. I got to go with
I can't be shown. You gotta take me to these. I'm supposed to be like grob. Oh no.
Huh?
It's your treat. So please,
Yeah.
by all means, let's
Take
go,
me to the Hyatt?
Let's go
Yeah.
high end. Let's go high end.
Hey, man,
I'm gonna
you know
order.
what?
I'm gonna order steak and lobster when I'm with
Well,
you,
it's a
Patty,
set.
and you're treating.
True. It's a set price, so you can. I think I can swing you in if you want to come.
Actually, yeah. Thank you for the offer, but this week I'm contractor watcher, so
Yeah. Okay.
This week is pretty.
All right.
slammed.
I am having a craving for flamingos, so if that's okay with you, we'll try and hit that one on Monday.
Well, yes, that sounds like a better plan, but we'll see how things go.
Okay.
And,
well, don't make me
I'll
beg
check
to
in
take
with you next week.
Don't make me beg to take you out to lunch, babe, because I'm offering the one time.
It's right down the street from
that's what I was
Chanel's house,
saying.
so we're good to go.
Literally,
All
no
right.
gas will be used. You just riding down the hill.
Oh my God! Speaking of gas,
I
don't
knew
get
I
us
was gonna go
started
there.
on the gas now. Good Lord!
Okay,
You're
so-
going to see me walking pretty soon.
Well, Dice says that she goes. Dice was telling everybody that, and I like this plan. It's $50 in or out. It's $50. So that's what's going to get her around with the price that's interesting. Here's the thing that bothers me. Can I just vent for a second?
Yeah,
I
go ahead.
I talked to Simon Sanchez yesterday. Remember, he was talking about when the prices go up or the barrel of oil goes up. Clearly, it's reflected at the pump, and that's the first thing that you see go up. Everybody waits, like the shipment and all of that stuff. You see that the increases happen when, as a recession is happening. The gas stations on Guam, they're in competition with each other, but they also want to be the only game in town. See, the only difference between Shell and 76 is maybe sometimes the quality of their arroz caldo. So, you know what I mean? Because the price is the same in the
Right.
gas. So Simon was saying it's not reflected when they go down. They were so quick to jump up to 35 cents. Today, in the past day and a half, 2 days now, I guess, the price of the barrel has gone below 100. And when they were approaching $80 a barrel, the price of gas locally went up. When they went up to 120, the price of gas went up. Yesterday, it went down to 90, and I think it's hovering around that area. Today, the glass prices have not gone back down at the pump. So, somebody has to say something. I don't know who it's going to be, but other places where they're, the direct fuel or their fuel supply goes to, generating electricity or, fuel surcharges on shipment. You don't see it actually happen so rapidly and in your face. And I'm just wondering what the gas stations are doing. I don't know how that works. But if you find out, let me know.
If I find out, oh, good Lord. If you see me on a moped driving around, we know times are really hard.
Well, if you're willing to drive on your half of my car, the air conditioning will work. So if you're willing, willing to take a ride,
menopausing lady, that's a normal for me. On cold on one end, hot on the other.
Okay, well, I'll give you all the aircon, and I'll just drink a lot of cold water on the commute.
I appreciate it.
All right, my friend.
Thank you so much.
All right,
I'll
lunch on Monday on me.
Monday.
All right, baby.
Okay.
Talk to you soon.
All right, bye.
Bottom of the hour, as the lady has just now said. Let's get into that break. We'll be right back.
CBS News Brief. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the U.S. has not yet escorted any oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz, contrary to a since-deleted tweet from Energy Secretary Chris Wright. But she says the U.S. Navy stands ready to do so if necessary. Traffic in the Strait is down about 90%, and gas prices are still on the rise. In Raleigh, North Carolina,
As it is with the food, gas looks like it's going to be the same way real soon. So it was stressful.
A special election is being held in Georgia's 14th congressional district to replace Marjorie Taylor Greene in Congress. There are 17 candidates. Sean Harris is one of the Democrats.
I'm confident that tonight in this exact room, we're going to announce that we just won this race completely out.
Republican Clay Fuller is endorsed by President Trump. Someone fired shots at the U.S. consulate in Toronto this morning. No suspect in custody. Toronto Deputy Police Chief Frank Barreto.
There were people inside the building. However, this building is highly secure, highly fortified, and there were no injuries.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
Wave 105, keeping Guam informed, inspired, and in the conversation. Glimpses Media.
Ekongo puritinigi. Hinasu ginini komisyon ifinut sa moro. Ekongo si Señora Teresita C. Flores. In entrevista a Señora Rufina Mendiola.
Besafa Estonia ifinut sa moro di komunidad.
Sa purhapan na rason, nagtinahong material para umaaatan ni tao siya ni publiko na estimate finut sa moro matutugi tayo na gaseta pa ako. Manmangi gaseta gwihuji komunidad ni matugi gifinut sa moro. Ano mano pa optrologasiya to mga lumagi simnya hotel maaagan undi gaseta siya. Tamas i komunidad uspian penyo. So matsonik mas ifinanagi so masupot ti finut sa moro.
Calling all engaged couples and event planners. Join Leo Palace Resort Guam for our first ever bridal and event expo, The Road to I Do. Happening March 21st from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Zafiro Ballroom. Explore venue options, financial planning, bridal glam, formal wear, wellness, entertainment services, and more, all in one place. The Road to I Do at Leo Palace Resort Guam. Design your day, define your forever. Special thanks to Power 98, Wave 105, and Route 99.
Have you heard? Subway just launched the all-new Subway Wraps. Your favorite footlong, now wrapped in a tender wheat tortilla that's perfect for any flavor craving. Go low carb, hit your protein goals, or just eat better. Subway Wraps make fueling your day easier than ever with bold flavors and curated ingredients. Sink your teeth into the cheesy garlic steak wrap, juicy steak, cheddar cheese sauce, crispy veggies, and roasted garlic aioli, all wrapped up. Subway Wraps. Light, delicious, and satisfying without weighing you down. Subway. Eat fresh, feel good.
Calling all engaged couples and event planners. Join Leo Palace Resort Guam for our first ever bridal and event expo, The Road to I Do. Happening March 21st from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Zafiro Ballroom. Explore venue options, financial planning, bridal glam, formal wear, wellness, entertainment services, and more, all in one place. The Road to I Do at Leo Palace Resort Guam. Design your day, define your forever. Special thanks to Power 98, Wave 105, and Route 99.
Put ima usanya ifinut sa moro gigima. Hinasu ginini komisyon ifinut sa moro. Ekongo si Señora Rufina Mendiola. In entrevista a Señora Teresita Flores.
Apa na timan finut sa moro siya na familia gigima pat gi komunidad.
Tutuno, don't tu afa, I student ko na may sapa ko. Magagasa zo na izan yun for English itauto ni Tito Moro lo gigima, hafa na rason, sa 20 ti ma preciso. Lo, pago na go preciso siya. Kutuno, sa man mamamay sin pago, I familia, po fan matura famagonia, ma esta malalang o si keblinia, po fan manapasi. Lo di ba gesti pontungo for minut sa Moro.
Where the coffee is strong, the opinions are stronger, and the vibe is always local. Wave 105, Glimpses Media.
It is March 11th, counting down. You know, and just next week is St. Patrick's Day. And, you know, for the first time, probably in a very long time, I'm taking notice of that because last time, you know, I just got bruises and bumps all over the place. St. Patrick's. It's supposed to be my feast day because but it's Patrick, not Patricia. Nice. Okay. Yeah, so you have to bring me food. St. Patrick. Yeah, you have to bring me a gift. Got it. Did you know that St. Patrick's gift that you have to give anybody that has Patricia in their name?
No, I didn't.
Now you
I
know.
didn't know. Okay. Yeah. Right.
I want my feast day gift.
Got it.
I don't even know what that means, actually.
For sure. For sure. When is St. Patrick's Day?
Huh?
It's on the
17th.
On the 17th.
So that's 6 days from now. Okay. So it's next week, Tuesday? Is that about right?
Got it. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, 17th.
I think most importantly, it's like the day is supposed to wear green. Yeah. So two things I wanted to catch you on before we leave. I went to Subway yesterday.
Yeah.
That's my go-to.
Should have went on Monday. It was like $6 for a foot.
What is wrong with me?
I'm sorry.
What is wrong with me?
It was like $6.
Dag nabbit! I need to get down to the schedule. I am not taking full advantage of my employment these days.
Yeah, it was like a foot long. You
Yeah.
get a foot long for like $5. Yeah, it was pretty good.
Dude, really?
Yeah, it was.
Okay, well, you know.
No, go for it then.
yeah,
It was
yeah.
meatballs. It was for the meatball subs.
You know, I almost bought that yesterday because it just looked good, but I'm a creature. Are you a creature of habit?
Look, I gotta admit, I have to.
I have to order the same thing all the time. I want to try something because it tastes and it looks like it's so good. And then, like your sandwich, when I went the last time, and you had all of your sandwich, whatever your stuff
Bacon
is, I was
ranch,
like, I was like, dang, that looks so good. But it didn't make sense to me because it was like chicken and bacon, right?
Bacon, chicken ranch, yes.
Bacon, chicken ranch. So I said, dang, this one looks really good. So maybe, and I keep saying, okay, maybe next time. So I go there yesterday, and so I flashed the ID.
Okay.
Right. And then she looks at the company ID. Well, you guys, it's a perk of your business. Anybody who works for a business, employees do get a discount. We're not getting anything for free around here. We are certainly still paying the cost. And happy to do that because that's if you want to buy food, you're going to have to pay for it. That's basically what that is the basis of all business. So clearly, as employees, we will get a small a decent discount. So I go there and I flash my badge, right?
Okay.
And then she looks at it, and all of the employees at Subway are like this because they're so into their thing.
Yes.
Even at Cinnabon, they're just in their zone. We're making sandwiches, man. You know what I mean? We just and then we have a company event like a Christmas party or the employee appreciation party. Yes. That's when you start to see the faces or people that you've heard about in the company. We have a big screen outside when your name is soon to be on it. Yeah. The screen outside that shows everybody's birthdays.
Right
That's always a cool thing, right?
That's pretty fun. Yeah, that is really cool.
And so I go get the badge. She looks at the thing, then she looks at me, and then she goes, "What's this glimpses?" Because in the center of it's glimpses of Guam, and she says, "What do you do there?" I said, "Well, Glimpses of Guam has a radio division." Yeah. And so she goes, "Oh, I didn't know that." I said, "Yeah." So we have 3 radio stations, Route 99, and then we've got of the Wave, and then we've got Power 98. Yeah. I said, "Well, we have 3 stations," and she goes, "Where are they located?" I go, "Well, at the Foremost building,
right?
Coca-Cola, up there where the headquarters are." She goes, "I never go up on that side." I said, "Yeah, because you're Subway, so clearly you're not probably moving into this area." She goes, "Sometimes because I don't work there all the time, I get lost in the hallways." I'm like, trust. There's 2 options to get to that side of the office, and I never know if I'm taking the shortest path, right? So I said, "No, come up anytime," right? So. And then she goes, "Well, what do you do there?"
Oh, nice.
I said, "Oh, I'm on the radio."
Here we
and
go.
she said, "Oh, which one?" I said, "I'm on the Wave." And then she looked at my face.
Okay.
She looked at my name, and then she said, "Oh my God, it's your voice." I said, "Yeah, that's usually the dead giveaway. It's a dead giveaway. It's a voice." And I can't help it. So, but thank you for, she goes, no, I've heard your voice so many times. She goes, "But who's that other one that's with you?"
Thanks, guys.
And I was like, Dice. They're like, "Yes, Dice." Yay. I said, "You're listening to her on Power 98?
My discount's the same as yours,
Yeah.
We're working on it, though.
I go, you listen to her on Power 98? And she said, "Oh, she's on Power 98. I said, I thought she was just on the Wave. I said, "The Wave in the morning is her ramp up. Right, That's her exercise in the morning to get to her real show, which is at 2 in the afternoon." And she was like, "I actually know. I've heard her at 10, but now she's moved to 2. I said, "Yep, that's why you're not listening to her right now."
There we go.
So anyway,
Nice.
we are
Okay.
famous at Subway.
Thank you,
FYI,
Subway. Appreciate it. Okay.
Fun, happy people down at the Subway in right here on Marine Corps Drive, the station by Route 10A, the airport mobile.
Wow, you missed out, Patty. It was a 6-inch for a price of a foot long, man. It was like
Dang.
$5, dude. And they had the meatball and pepperoni and the marinaras.
And it has cheese in it?
Yeah, it
Oh,
had cheese,
shoot.
the
Did you
yeah,
get
man,
it
was
crusted,
good.
like toasted?
I did. I got mine toasted, but I didn't finish it. Yeah.
I didn't finish
The
mine
meatballs
yesterday.
are huge, bro. Like,
I'm going to order that next
They're pretty
time.
large, dude. Like,
Even the ones on base, by the way, even the Subway on base, they're always really curious about who we are. They're always, because they see the badge and they know we're coming from the same company. Their badges are a different color. Their badges are green, right? Ours are blue. But they, you know, they're all coming from the same party and the company, same company. But the thing about it, this company is large enough with so many different divisions. We're not all in the building. For sure. You're never going to know the guys in the warehouse. They're not even the loudest ones at the parties. You know what I mean? It's the radio people that are the loudest ones at the parties. But I told her, come up sometime and just knock. You got access. Just come knock on the window and just say, hey, you know.
A little tour.
Yeah.
Yes, we'd love that. Come on over. Come on, guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
Take a visit.
Take a visit. Come on through. We'll be happy. We'll be happy to do to entertain you. But thank you for always being so kind to recognize
The staff is very
and to see it like they don't have time during their work morning. Clearly, I was there at like 10 something in the morning, so they were not listening to the radio and they don't watch YouTube. So they're working. They're dishing out sandwiches, and when I go on the one at Naval Station, you go at lunchtime. Does anybody, by the way? Yeah, I mean it's lunchtime for these guys, and they're over at Panda Express. They're at Raising Cane's.
For sure.
There's a new restaurant that's opening. Gosh, what is the name of the restaurant? Anybody?
Where is it?
Inside
What is
Naval
it?
Station, inside the
Yes.
food hall.
Okay.
What? Oh my God.
Oh, chats. Hold on. What is it
Someone
called?
will tell us what is there. There's a sign up there next the wall next to Raising Cane's that's something coming soon. And I read it last week, and I can't remember what the name of the restaurant that's going up there. They need that food court up there when all of these guys are getting off for lunch at one time. That line can be very long, and so I guess this was a question I needed to ask to somebody. When I was growing up, and I'm wondering if it's the same policy, when you have a uniformed personnel, service member in front of you, or you're in front of them at the line,
I
they
step
get
aside.
to go to the head of the line.
I step aside.
Yeah, you step aside that's in their dojo.
Yeah,
Right? So you're in the exchange or you're in the wherever I'm allowed to go, right? I mean, it's not my benefit, but I'm a guest. So anywhere I am, I've, as a child, had to defer to in line anybody who was in uniform. Come here. I want to ask you that question. Come real quick. No, that's Bobby. Come. I wanted to ask if anybody does that. I did that at the subway.
Wow.
Because they're on break, right? And I did it at the subway, and I said, I said, well, I mean, it's not like I'm doing
No,
anything
because I've seen
special.
people not do it. And
Oh,
it's like,
okay.
wow.
I was asking about,
seen
so I
people
stepped aside. Actually, it was inside the gas station. I stepped
Right
aside,
on.
and I said, go ahead, sir. And then he goes, are you sure? I'm like, well, there's kind of a sign that says that. Do people still honor the policy on military bases of allowing those in uniform to go to the head of the line?
Yes.
Yeah. Anywhere on base that is just a special sort of, not a special, it's just a respect for the fact that this is their dojo. This is the benefit, and they are busy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I was saying that I did that. I did that to somebody at the gas station, and I stepped aside. And he goes, are you sure? I go, well, yeah. You know what I mean? I said, of course. And he goes, no, really, thank you. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
But
no, they're really respectful. I mean, they don't make it seem like it's
they don't push their way. They don't just jump to the head of the line. I've seen that too. The guy was kind of surprised.
So they're pretty respectful in that manner. So yeah.
Okay, that's cool. Just wanted to make sure that we got all those. Did I take the break? We're cool, right?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, good.
We're
Yeah.
good. We're set.
I saw your brother the other day at the market.
Yes, he told me.
It is like old home week with him. Now, our families have been in the same hood for years, right? And your brother is just like, he's my age. So, I mean, when
he is the best. He is absolutely the best.
He is the sparkle when you see him. You know you're coming around a corner to somebody who's just going to keep your attention for about 20 minutes.
Right.
We're standing, I'm like, what are you making? Hey, is that on sale? It was that kind of conversation. But I just told him, I said, we've been friends for so long. And the good thing about having relationships for so long is you don't fight over anything.
Right.
There's nothing stupid to fight over,
Right.
right? And it feels good that you come in and you go, I got no bad blood with you. You got no bad blood with me. We go back to when we were teenagers,
Oh my
snotty
gosh.
kids running through Tamooning. And here we are in our 60s, mid 60s, just yucking it up in the supermarket
Right.
like in the olden days, right?
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
He is a hoot. That guy, I love him so much.
Yeah.
He's a hoot.
Yeah, whenever we're together, even to go to the supermarket, there's always someone who knows him.
Oh, yeah.
And
Oh,
we'll
yeah.
stand there and we'll have a conversation, then we start laughing. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
We went to Macy's once and we ran into our friend, two of our friends at Macy's at the bottom of the stair.
Mm-hmm.
We were there for a whole hour. Just
Oh my God!
talking
Did you not
and
know you were there
laughing.
for a whole hour?
No, we didn't
That's the
realize how
best
long.
time. That's the
we
best.
were there for a whole hour just talking and laughing. It was crazy.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Well, I think that's just really very Guam,
Yeah.
right? And you could just come from opposite sides of the track, or you can come from different parts of the village, or you cannot come from the same village at all.
Right.
But you and I didn't really become acquaintances at all because paths never really
Right.
crossed. And then, of course, when you were in destinations and vacations for Continental Airlines, and then eventually, didn't you go to United after that?
Yes, it was United
It
when I
was
retired.
short-lived because we
Yeah.
had something that we had that in common, but I never really not the ability that I get to see you every week. That's a
Right.
whole nother dimension of now we're not acquaintances anymore. We're literally friends. So there's
Do you remember the time when we would walk into King's and we knew everybody that was there?
yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
it's so different now.
But with Kings, with the bar or without the bar, when it
Either.
was smoking or non-smoking,
We were both. Yeah,
Yeah,
at
we
the
were
bar
both too.
Or at the, yeah.
They had the salad bar. Me and Sandy used to go in there, and we would order the salad and a baked potato. That's that was our menu. In fact, we went to every time we go to Ruby, it's the salad bar and a baked
Right,
potato.
right.
But back in the day, we couldn't partake because we were minors.
Yeah.
And Dave ran a tight ship that way. But remember, they had the bar in there.
Yeah.
You could smoke in there.
Yes,
And
yes.
in the 70s, when we were going to watch Flip Wop Brown, that was the place to stop on the way home.
Yeah, it was.
Don't you miss those days?
Oh, I do. We
Yeah.
used to go to King's every day, even if it's not to eat, just to have a cup of coffee and just
Be
meet
hanging
up with
there.
people
Yeah.
that come into the restaurant.
I was there Saturday morning, like 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock in
Yeah.
the morning. Bruh, it's like, I say it's the Manumku who just got their blood drawn.
Right.
So now they got to go and eat something
Right.
fast. But other than that, there's a lot of senior citizens that are just there. And if I don't know them, they're like, hey, Patti Arroyo.
Yeah.
I listened to you on the radio. And that's always cool to engage
Yeah.
with. Like, hey, Uncle Johnny, how you doing, buddy?
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Do you remember those days?
Oh, I
the
love
days of
those
Kings.
days.
We love to go in and talk to Mr. Ada and Mr. Scroll. We would sit
Oh
down
my
at their table and we'd just
God.
have a conversation, and
Those were really the days.
It was just so nice.
Them, and then Uncle Chief Scambaluri used to hang out there with Bob
Yeah.
Klitsky,
Yeah.
and John Anderson,
Yeah.
and it
Uncle
was
Pete Perez.
yeah,
he
just
and they were just full of information.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were so full of information.
King seems to have that effect. I know
Yeah.
Dave has his own clutch of guys on a Saturday morning that hang, and every
They're
once
all
in a while,
gone now.
they're But
They
Dave
all
Alcorn
died.
currently has his
Yeah.
own little new group of
Right.
guys that he has breakfast with on Saturdays, and I have been there and I've stopped at the table. My God, they're asking me stuff and I'm asking them stuff, like the state of the world, the state of business on Guam.
Yeah.
It's like a real nest of information. I love it. Yeah. Don't you miss those days though?
Yeah.
When
Yeah.
No.
you don't at all.
No,
like
I
the
didn't.
fun, like those days when you were hanging out and the socializing. When I
Yeah.
could get into a club at 16.
Well, you used to do
you know?
that coffee thingy, right? At King's.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was a lot of
It's
fun. I
like
did 200
every week,
episodes.
right?
Every Thursday, I did 200, altogether doing 200 episodes of talking
Uh-huh.
to people and at once a week at King's that I
Yeah.
could memorize the menu, right?
Yeah.
And after a while, never even ate anything because I ate everything on the menu at least twice at some point. But those were also really good conversations.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, those were the.
If
those
you
were the-
wanted to know what was going on, what the hottest thing was around the island,
Yeah,
what to avoid, what to look forward to,
yeah.
go to King's.
That's true.
Yeah.
That was
so,
the newsroom.
So, where are the grown folk hangouts now? I mean,
gosh,
I mean,
I
for entertainment, like I got a little more life in me. I want to hit a club and listen to music. I'm not terribly, interested in doing the jitterbug, but I do
Yeah.
want to. I already ran the treadmill. The jitterbug is the same
It's
thing to
fun
me,
just to
man.
tap your feet.
Yeah,
you know?
just
It's
some
to
place that
tap
you
your
see
feet.
people and you can
Yeah.
hang out, maybe have a
Yeah.
club soda in my case. But those listening to grown folk music, I think that Good Time is like one of those places.
Yeah,
There's just a lot of people there
It
and
is,
fundraisers.
yeah, that's the only time we go there is when
Yeah,
they have
they're fundraisers,
fundraisers.
yeah.
The parking sucks.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
I wonder where
Yeah.
everybody parks.
Yeah, well, they have parking in the back somewhere.
yeah.
But yeah, for the manamkos, right? If you're handicapped.
And that's a
you
little
have to-
hill that's
yeah.
going into that, and coming out of that, there's only one way.
Yeah.
Don't do the one where the stop sign is.
Yeah.
Don't try to pull out of that
No,
building.
no.
Oh, yeah,
because
no.
it's such a blind spot, and those folks are coming down.
Yes, it is.
You have to go to the other
other exit.
Yeah, the other. There, they have next door Dine Time. You been there?
Yeah, actually, their
Oh
food
my
is pretty good
God,
at
it
dine
is
time.
So good.
Yeah.
Don't
And-
order fried chicken and think that it's all for you.
Yeah.
That's a shareable.
Yeah.
Everything
And
there
their
is
fried
shareable.
chicken is
Everything
really
is
good.
shareable.
Chicken is like
Yeah.
crazy. Fried chicken is ridiculous. I
Yeah.
just like.
The kadu, ooh boy.
Which one did you have? Did you have oxtail kadu? You had,
Yes,
like,
the oxtail. And I let the girls, I usually go as a group, and then the ladies, they like to order stuff. And I just say, yeah, she's not going to finish that.
Oh, you're just waiting. You're like the vulture at the end of the
He
night.
takes the leftovers.
Well, that's smart because
Yeah.
my friend Carlotta, she does it. She's like, I'm not going to order anything. I'll just pick off your guys' plate. And I'm like, you're going to order something because this plate will not be shared. Get your. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah,
if I'm
get
eating
your
the
own.
fried chicken, you're not sticking your greasy fingers into my chicken skin and my finadeni. But that's a smart move, Uncle Johnny.
Yeah.
How you guys doing? Otherwise, you good? Everything
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
All right.
Everything's
okay.
good.
All right. That's
Everything's
good to
good.
know. I mean, when you're here, all is right with the world, is what I say.
Yeah.
I'm
exactly.
looking.
As long as we see each other.
Yeah. And that's what I was just talking about how I'd seen Ronald at Payless the other day. And
Ronald.
Ronald. What did I say?
Ronald.
Excuse me. I saw Ronald at Payless the other day, and we just laughed. I don't even know what was said.
Yeah.
Right?
He's that kind of guy. You look at him.
Yeah.
I hate to go with her and him, any place, because what would normally take me 2 minutes, in and out.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun,
Yeah.
and laugh. I can pick her laugh out in a crowd.
That's so true. Hey, Payless is the new spot. You know,
Yeah, it
I'm
is.
not lying when I say meet me in aisle 4 because I've held court in aisle 4.
Hey, you meet more people that you know at Payless
I
than you
do.
would at King's
and
today.
that's what Leonard says all the time. And he's like, "Are you in and out?" I'm like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Are you in and out?" I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "Well, then I'll wait in the car." I'm like, "Here's the key. I'll just keep it running."
Turn on the
I'm turning
aircon.
on the
Yeah.
aircon. I met Kathy Calvo at Payless and
I
Mighty.
saw that.
Did you
I
see the
saw
video?
that, yeah.
And I was at that self checkout,
yeah, the
right?
self-checkout
And that
thing.
can be an intimidating thing when you don't know
Right.
what you're doing. Generally, I do, but I'm like, oh my God, I didn't do this or something. So Kathy was she was checking out with Andre, and then she comes over because the lady's trying to help me, and she goes, "Let me do this." So she starts scanning the items. Kathy Calvo, yes,
Yeah.
the owner, starts scanning the item, and I'm dying laughing, and I'm videotaping her because she also needs help. She also needed help, but it was really good. It's like that.
Yeah.
Right? It's, I mean, I was teasing her because I've known her for all my life.
Right.
And I'm just sitting back going, this is great having you do this work for me. But it is these places where Chamorros, or Guamanians, I should say,
That's it, Guamanians.
you find out, you see them,
Yeah.
I ran into a guy who was driving the truck that I sold. And I'm like, hey, where did you get that? And he goes, I got it from Cars Plus. I'm like, yo, that's my car. And he goes, right? I go, yeah, it's my license plate. And he goes, no kidding. I go, it looks good. You took it, because I really took care of that thing. He goes, it looks good. It looks really good. You're taking care of it. He goes, can I ask you why you got rid of it? I said, because I paid it off. And the only reason I bought it was with my grandson when I was looking for a car. Was like, get the Jeep. He was 7, right? and it's a Jeep. It's a boy thing. He had Jeep cars in the house. And he's like, can you just buy the Jeep? And I'm like, I did. Okay. I did, boy. Of course. Well, it was expensive. But whatever. He liked riding in the Jeep until I saw Reese, Tia, Sean, and Riley in a car seat driving down Marine Corps Drive on a Saturday morning. He in his car seat, and all the doors were taken off.
Oh, they took the doors off.
All of the doors and the hood. The kid was flapping in the wind in the back seat. Bruh, I was not. You know, the visual of your only grandchild, the one who's going to get everything at the end, was flapping in the back seat of the car in a no doors, no seat. No.
Well, that was astounding. That's when we went 25, 30 miles an hour. Now these kids, now you go down
that's
the road,
true.
I'm doing 40, and I'm going, man, this buggy of mine likes to run, and I'm getting past like I'm sitting still.
I'm going 25 up Route 10A, wondering why everybody's flashing their lights and honking their horn at me because I'm going too slow. So,
I love it when they honk their horn and that's just
because you could give 2 Fs if they do.
I
have a feeling that you could give 0 Fs.
You don't want to
He's
stop
honking
me.
at you. Let him go. That's what I say. Just pick your battles with Johnny. Pick your battles. Anyway, you guys are going to be talking a lot this morning, and I'm going to leave you because I'm already 30 seconds into your show. So you're letting me rent the space. Appreciate it. All right, you guys have a good show. We'll see you next week.
All right.
Okay.
Yes.
Love you both.
Thank
Thanks
you.
so much
Love
for
you
being
too.
here. That's Vets Talk. That's coming up right now here. We are Mornings with Patty. I'm Patty. It's 10 a.m. KGUM FM and Daddy to Guam. Have a good one, everybody. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Thank you, Dice. Mwah.
Is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. The U.S. military says it has destroyed 16 Iranian mine-laying boats in the Strait of Hormuz. More from CBS's Olivia Rinaldi.
Last night, President Trump on True Social did give a threat to Iran, saying that if they do anything to stop the flow of oil through the Strait of Hormuz, he said, quote, the United States will hit them 20 times harder than they have been hit thus far. He also added that it would be a gift to China and other nations because they rely most on some of that oil that needs to transit through the Strait of Hormuz.
CBS's Nancy Cordes has more from the White House on the Trump administration response to why the move was made to strike Iran first.
In the White House briefing, I asked the press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, where he is getting this information, because we haven't seen any intelligence that would indicate that. It's just not something that had been part of the conversation. She said President Trump came to that conclusion, that feeling, based on facts, based on information that he was getting from his negotiators.
A U.S. official briefed on from the Pentagon estimates confirms to CBS News that the cost of munitions used during the first 2 days of the war in Iran was $5.6 billion. The estimate was shared with Congress this week. 25 days into the partial government shutdown, wait times at TSA lines and airports across the country are very long. Congress failed to pass the funding bill for Department of Homeland Security back in February because Democrats are demanding changes with how ICE agents operate. House Speaker Mike Johnson says this is impacting multiple agencies.
They're playing games with people's lives. We got other critical agencies like FEMA and TSA that are unfunded, experiencing significant staff shortages.
It is going to be a stormy evening from Texas up to Iowa and over to northwest Indiana as tornado watches are now posted.